Sitting throwing rocks across the pavement, hoping it'll cave and swallow me whole. Wondering why my mind keeps on spinning. This isn't how living to me was so. Why am I like this? Something's always amiss. Can't put my finger on it, but it's there. Wait for it to subside, but my mind won't apply. Waiting for the clear. Is it bad? Sometimes I like it when I lose control. There's something in it that's so beautiful. Listen, I can see the light, but I can also see the bones decay. I don't know what else there is today. I'm doing my best not to run away. Sitting throwing rocks across the pavement, hoping it'll cave in and swallow me whole. Wondering how the world keeps on spinning, kinda scared of living when it unfolds. Hard to see the light when everything is dying, waiting for the clear. Thankful I'm alive, but terrified of dying. But hey, I'm still here. Is it bad? Sometimes I like it when I lose control. There's something in it that's so beautiful.
Is it fine to hang out like this?
Listen, I can see the light today, but I can also see the bones decay. I don't know what else there is today. I'm doing my best not to run away.
Yeah.
You're the night sky, trying to maybe see your stars. But the dark gets to me.
Alright, how are you?
Now I see violet, I can feel
Am I cut,
silence. And the dark's all that I see. When your stars have burnt out, and your heart makes no sound, I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. Be my night sky. can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to tonight's action, proudly streamed live by Tyholics Fight Promotions. We've got 11 bouts lined up for you, an action stack card, coming at you live from the Grand West Casino and Entertainment World in Cape Town, South Africa. 2 SA title eliminators, 2 SA title fights, as well as the main card, the Continental Collision. The best in Germany have flown to Cape Town to fight the best in Africa. And it starts right now.
I studied a bit of psychology and sociology and different subjects. I found myself to be really interested in English literature. Eventually, I became an English teacher at a high school. I stayed there for 7 years. And then I opened my own Pilates studio at home. After 3 years or so, my life just kind of changed in a way that I felt it was time to close that studio. I had 2 children by then. The youngest was very small still, she was a baby. I just found myself in a position where you just kind of feel you lose yourself, you're so busy with the children and the house stuff. You almost don't know who you are anymore. Going from stay-at-home mom to being passionate about Muay Thai was quite interesting. It so happened that our neighbor invited my husband and me to a Muay Thai class. I was probably a bit overweight and very, very unfit. I wanted to faint and vomit several times in that 1 hour. But having this very strong conviction in your heart that you want to do this, that first hour that I did the Muay Thai class, I knew that I wanted to fight. The main focus in those first few years was about trying to align my actual abilities and skills with the passion and the commitment to try and get that on par with each other. So the upcoming fight will be my 3rd fight with Devin. It's a trilogy fight, which I'm very excited about. Her passion and determination and commitment definitely matches mine. It's always an honor to share the ring with her. I just have a lot of respect for her as a fellow female Muay Thai fighter who is also just out there every day living her life and doing this as well. I always feel like there are so many women out there who might be in the same position that I was. You are maybe 30 years old, you have 2 children, you feel overwhelmed with just life in general, just kind of forgetting about the things that made you happy. It's important for them to know that they can take a step in a different direction at any moment. I took that one step by going to a 1-hour Muay Thai class, and it changed the whole direction of my life. There are no lies in the ring. It's just such an honest space. You learn so much about yourself, your weaknesses, your strengths, your character, what you're made of, what you're not made of, things that you would never have known about yourself. Everything that you are gets exposed in here. You are a professional when you're able to do what you have to do regardless of how you feel. The only thing that there can be is discipline. Discipline to do what I have to do to reach my goal. Muay Thai does have the ability to teach you about yourself. It has the ability to change your life. It changed my life.
I grew up in Kommetjie, deep south, born and bred. Martial arts has kind of been a thing since I was quite small. Started judo when I was 6. Started doing karate when I was about 12. Started doing a little bit of MMA when I was a teenager and discovered punk rock and decided that I was rather going to get my nose pierced and join a band. I got into tattooing when I was about 17. My dad dragged me along to one of his tattoo appointments. And I was so shy at that point that if it hadn't been for him being like, show them your portfolio, show them your portfolio, I would never have gotten into it. Then when I turned about 24, kind of realized that I needed a bit of a stress release. So, cool, let's hit things. And then because of my personality, I'm obsessive, I started doing it 4, 5, 6 days a week. Now I'm here. When people hear that I do Muay Thai or that I'm a Muay Thai fighter, I get so many different reactions. Women aren't naturally supposed to want to hit other people. So people get quite interested, and then I get 9 million questions, which I'll always want to answer because all I ever want to talk about is Muay Thai. The lessons that I've learned through training and fighting that I've taken through to my real life is being able to step back from situations that I would react badly in previously. That's definitely a big factor for me personally. The idea of being okay with being uncomfortable, that's a big one also. Oh, you've got to go run in a sweatsuit? Such is life. It's horrible. And it gives you a higher tolerance for things in your real life. There's nothing that can explain the feeling on fight day. It's like being on cloud 9. The winning feels amazing. And even losing, it's got its own set of highs in a way, in that you learn more from your losses than you ever will from your wins. The adrenaline rush of training, the adrenaline rush of just getting things right. When you finally get the techniques right and you feel fit. You can't have expectations for any fight. You never know what's going to happen on the day. All you know is you've got to go in and they're going to put me down. I've got to be dead. In your mind, you always have to be ready. Because the mind pushes much harder than the body will, and vice versa.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very special occasion. We are together as a live audience watching professional fighting for the first time in Cape Town in over 2 years. With that being said, are you ready? I said, are you ready? Give the fighters everything that you have. All bouts are sanctioned by the South African Muay Thai organization as well as the World Muay Thai organization as we go into the first bout on this evening's card to go a distance of 3 rounds of 2 minutes in the lightweight amateur division. That's 61 kilograms. Introducing to you first, he'll be fighting out of the blue corner, standing 1.68 meters tall, weighing in at 60.7 kilograms. Making his amateur debut and fighting out of Top Gym, please welcome Nabeel Varachia. And now to introduce his opponent, standing 1.5 meters tall and working out of the red corner. Weighing in at 59.8 kilograms with a record of no wins against a single loss. Fighting out of Thai Holics, please welcome Brian Ncube.
briefed, you know the rules. Protect yourself, listen to me at all times. Understood? Such gloves, go back to your corners. Ready? Ready? Ready to go? Fighters ready! Let's fight!
Eating.
Both fighters are very game straight from the belt. Kruger is the one.
Don't hold the ropes, don't hold the ropes.
Some good clinch work here, good control. Always got to watch out for elbows in that clinch. You got to eliminate arms.
So besides the obvious difference amateur having the headgear, in terms of rule sets,
Don't hold the
is there
ropes.
anything that is much different from pro-am to pro?
Just the padding. Basically, all the rules are
Don't hold
exactly
the
the
ropes,
same. It's
don't
just
hold
if
the
you've got elbow pads and shin pads, that's basically it, and the headgear.
Alright, bring them up, bring them up. Come,
10
come up.
seconds to
Come
the
on,
end of the bell. The opening round of TFP3, the Continental Collision. And
That's a
there we
good
go,
first round.
end of the round.
A good busy first round. Pushing the pace. That's the thing with the amateurs is you've got 2 minutes and you've got to do as much work as you can in those 2 minutes. You don't have time to find a rhythm. You've got to get at it.
Care to break down that first round's action and possibly pick a winner of that opening round?
You know what? It's when you're judging these events, I'm either looking at it as a commentator or I'm looking at it as a judge. So currently looking at it as a commentator, I'm not going to judge.
Well, I'm going to keep pressuring you into giving me an answer by the end of the night. You're definitely going to, especially as we approach the beef of the card. You know, it's going to get hotter and heavier from here on in. You know, there's always that kind of feeling in the air of impending doom for anyone, because as anybody in the fight game might understand, and I'm pretty sure you can back it up, would you venture to say Muay Thai is the most dangerous of all forms of stand-up
Seconds
combat?
out.
Well, it's definitely utilized the most weapons, and you know, one of the things about Muay Thai is you get scored for being aggressive and going forward. So yeah, I definitely say it's definitely one of the most entertaining sports to watch.
The fighters are set. Round number 2. We're about to get underway here. TFP3, the Continental Collision. Grand West Casino and Entertainment World is
Round
exactly
two.
where we
Fighters
are
ready.
right now, coming at you
Fight.
live across the world. Thanks to things like YouTube, which is where everybody who's not in attendance is watching right now, and we welcome you. And thank you very much for paying attention to us and our little show.
Nabeel using his range very well, using his teep and his jab to maintain distance. Very important in Muay Thai. Beautiful, long, rangy. That's it. Keep your opponent away from you so he can't use his knees and elbows. Good forward movement, forward pressure. That forward pressure is very important in Muay Thai. Very important to go forward and show that you're being aggressive.
Was that as much of a trip as it might have been just off balance in a fall, or something happened?
No, there was a sweep. He basically off balancing, but that counts. That scored.
Someone.
Brian Ncube making all of the moves, coming forward, putting pressure on Varachia, and the crowd is very much in it. They've missed being at live sports in South Africa for a very long time.
Ncube definitely finding his rhythm now. Definitely finding his rhythm and way more active.
All right, boys, break it up.
Bit of a rabbit punch behind the head. I'm sure the referee's breaking him up just because of that infraction.
Fight.
Ncube needs to maintain range. There we go. Stick to what he was doing well.
Ncube brings Varachia down with a knee to the stomach. Varachia is in trouble.
It was a very, very nice inside game in the clinch there, landing some solid knees in the clinch.
6.
He's taking a very long count, his hands up on the ropes.
Are you good to go? Are you good to go? Let's go. Let's
Ncube
go.
needs to maintain this pressure. That knee to the body definitely took it out of him.
It was pinpoint, surgical, and Ncube is back on the
See him
attack.
going straight for those knees to the body again. Very nice.
Varachia down for the second time in round number 2.
1, 2.
I think it's one of the most neglected offenses in the sport. Body work, knees to the
5,
body, punches to the body.
6.
Make that body
7.
tired.
8.
Liver
Are
and
you good to
spleen,
go?
the two
Are you good to
gigantic
continue?
off
You good?
switches which are located
Under
in the
the leg.
midriff.
Let's go.
100%.
And it's paralyzing, it's crippling, and oftentimes
Protect yourself.
it takes a while to set in, but Ncube is not giving Varachia anything to breathe about.
Break, break, break. Break, 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 break.
That was
break,
a
break,
knee
break.
to the face.
Okay.
Varachia makes it out of round number 2.
Very good round from Ncube. I think Varachia needs to either control the distance and not let Ncube get inside and use those knees, because that's where he's really doing damage. He went from a rangy fighter to fighting well inside, doing a lot of damage with those knees.
Dropped twice in round number 2. It's going to be a difficult way to come back from that in a 3-rounder. 2 minutes a round, there's not a lot of time left at all. Just 2 minutes after this when they meet back in the middle. Let's see if Varachia can pick himself together and give us a good strong showing to the end of the 3rd round.
This is where you find out who you are. This is what the sport really, really does for people, is you find out where and how far you can come. When you come down from that and the body's tired and you're exhausted, it's digging deep and coming out and having to fight again. Takes a lot of heart.
Seconds out.
2 17-year-olds learning their trade as they go along. They're obviously looking to make a name for themselves in the sport. And, win or lose at this level, this is where it all begins. And a loss can never be reflected on badly because, you're doing something very new to you for one of the first times in your life, unless you've been doing it in Thailand since you were 3 years old.
100%. I always find losses can be the best
Go.
thing ever.
Here we go, round number 3.
Yeah, Varachia needs to control that range. He can't let Ncube get inside and use those knees. Nice check.
Ncube going with the right hook upstairs. Ncube going back to that ribcage once again.
Yeah, very well. Varachia needs to focus on straight punches. He's throwing too many looping shots, allowing
And
Ncube to
Varachia-
get inside.
He is hurt, he was hurt.
There was a shot behind the head there.
And he drops to the ground for the 3rd time in this fight.
Warning,
There was a little bit of an illegal shot behind the head.
He kicked him. He kicked him when he was down.
Let's
Just
see what
watch,
the ref says.
Referee experienced Nuran Uddin. She's a former fighter who's now applying her trade as a referee and a judge.
Hands up the rope.
She's been there before, she's done it all. One of the more
Ready.
fearsome female fighters that have
Go.
come out of the Western Cape in a very long time.
Ncube staying very composed. Varachia needs to use his longer range. He's got to use his teep more. Keep Ncube away from him. He's got to use that teep and the jab. Get out of there. He needs to get out of there.
Varachia is being dictated to in terms of which side of his ribs are going to get more action because he's in range. Kruger has been so impressive in the second fight of his on TFP. He really looks like he's come in a different fighter from the first time we saw him.
Yeah,
Obviously making his debut back at TFP2, the recruitment.
Yeah, Varachia in survival mode at the moment. He's just trying to survive the round, make it to the end.
Don't hold the ropes.
Those knees to the body have definitely taken their toll.
Break, 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 break. Break, break. Spike.
A couple seconds remaining. And there we go.
Hey!
End of the fight. Great opening bout for TFP3.
Very, very nice fight. Good action. Some good skills.
Ladies and gentlemen, that opening bout goes the distance of 3 rounds, and we go to the judges' scorecards. Your winner, coming by way of unanimous decision victory, fighting out of the red corner and Thai-holics, Brian Ncube.
Watching the ocean with you, baby, up with a slow motion crew, and we up in our clouds when people change, but not us, and we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun, could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey, and I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding
Ladies and gentlemen, bout number 2 takes us to 3 by 3 minute rounds, Pro-Am rules in the 69.5 kilo super welterweight division. This is a South African title eliminator. Introducing to you first, the first of our 2 combatants, fighting out of the blue corner at 31 years old, weighing in at 68.45 kilograms, with a record of 7 wins, 3 losses, 2 of those wins coming by way of a knockout. He fights out of Atlantic Thai Boxing. Please welcome Dyllan Dutton. And now introducing his opponent, 20 years old and fighting out of the red corner, weighing in at 69.25 kilograms, the record of 18 wins against 12 losses. He fights out of George in the Southern Cape. Please welcome Jean-Luc Adendorff. observation of the white crew leads us to bout number 2. Dyllan Dutton up against Jean-Luc Adendorff. This is where it steps up a notch. It's a South African title eliminator. We are in the 69.5 kilogram division, which is going to be the super welterweight class, and it's pro-am rules, 3 by 3 minute rounds. So again, shorter fight, not a lot of time. You got to make it count.
100%, and we've got a lot of experience here. Both these guys have been fighting a long time. Some international achievements from both of them: boxing, K1, Muay Thai. This is going to be a good one.
Dutton
really
in the blue
good
trunks, and it's Jean-Luc
guys,
Adendorff in the red trunks.
Okay, first round.
31
Jump.
years old versus 20 years old. Let's see if the legs are the ones that makes the difference here, or if it's going to be the experience of the 31-year-old Dyllan Dutton. And you'll notice, of course, the crash helmets have come off.
Yes.
Still the same elbow protection, still the same socks that are worn.
You know, the thing with Muay Thai is you always want to establish range. You know, depending on the type of fighter you are, if you want to use knees or elbows, you try and establish that range. Make your opponent try and get inside to be effective with knees and elbows. You cannot just let them get inside. You've got to control that range.
Perfectly timed on the leg by Jean-Luc Adendorff, who trains at Brothers Combat Institute, Southern Cape, George. Hello to all of his fans who are watching right now on YouTube, and we're glad that you could tune in for today's action as Jean-Luc takes Dutton to the ground for the second time.
Jean-Luc trying to hit too hard. I think he needs to be a bit more precise with his punch, but score the points. Nice knee, beautiful knee off the clinch.
Adendorff again with that turn and wrestle to the floor. Red trunks for Adendorff, blue trunks for Dutton. Atlantic Thai Boxing versus BCI.
He needs to try and do those sweeps without falling on top of his opponent.
Adendorff, the aggressor, he seems to have worked out the puzzle quicker, or is the guy dictating the pace? It's up to Dutton to figure it out.
Once again, guys dropping their hands very bad. You've got to keep those hands up when you're throwing those kicks.
Nothing high has come just yet. You know, they're still focusing on leg kick, chopping the tree down at the base.
Oh,
but there,
great left hook landed there.
as I say it, something came upstairs.
Those hands.
5, 6.
This is
7,
something you learn with experience.
8. Walk
The more you
towards me.
compete in the
Hands
sport.
up.
Oh, nice
Yeah.
cut there.
Dutton's got a cut to attend to, so his corner are going to be busy. That's if Adendorff can make it out alive after round number 1. A minute to go.
Very intelligent clinch work, allowing himself more time to recover.
Break it up.
Very clever close that
Stop.
distance, limit damage.
Veteran move from the kid.
Very, very. Beautiful clinch work. Got to get that. Oh,
Not entirely sure what that was.
Stop.
But Dutton, with the blood streaming down his face, is now in the fight with a real chance to try and force a stoppage.
that's always the problem when you try and hit it too hard, that gas tank. The energy
Break.
quickly dissipates and then you're going to struggle later on.
And of course, it costs you more to miss than it does to hit.
100%. Jean-Luc looking a little bit tired at the moment, but he's got a lot of fights in him.
That shot took a lot out of him. He was a different fighter before it.
For sure. For sure. Like I said in the previous fights as well, this is where you find out what you're made of.
Fantastic action to take us to the bell. Dutton with blood rolling down his face. Adendorff has been on the floor. Bout number 2. What are we going to glean from this opening round? I'm sure that you must be able to defense for once. And tell us what you think in terms of a round winner. Is it that obvious?
I think Dyllan took that round. I think they both got to be careful. Their hands are very low. Whoever throws that first effective head kick is going to be one up on the charts. I think the head kick is waiting. Those heads are wide open.
Regardless of the good hard work that Jean-Luc did to set the foundation, to lay the table in that first round, that getting the action of being dropped, is that what has taken it away?
100%.
All of that hard work has been wasted.
100%. That makes it a 10-8 round. And then afterwards, obviously, Dyllan maintaining the pressure, did really, really well to keep that pressure on him. And definitely looked like the clear winner. I would have scored that at 10-8.
So if we're looking at the corner now, attending to that cut, explain to us at home, what do you think is going on there? What is on that cloth?
So basically, they'll put a bit of adrenaline on there. Some guys use the stall dripples.
Seconds out.
And that just coagulates
dry
the
your
blood. The
fight
adrenaline
off.
will actually make the capillaries
Dry it
thinner
before
so
you
that
get
the
up.
blood doesn't come out. And then they'll put a bit of Vaseline with
corner.
adrenaline on it just to stop the bleeding and prevent it from bleeding anymore. The guys nowadays are very effective with their cut management.
Round number 2, we're about to get underway here. Adendorff being put on the floor in the first round. Dutton had blood streaming down his face. It's all to play for.
Okay,
2 more
judges
rounds
ready?
remaining,
Okay,
and away we
fighters to
go.
center.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see those gas tanks.
Second round, guys. Choke.
Conditioning plays such a big part in the sport. When you're throwing such explosive kicks and hard punches, taking body damage, you've got to be super fit.
And even taking body damage in defensive positions, catching shots, it costs you.
Also, scoring in Muay Thai, if you kick someone's arms, it's considered a point. You cannot block with your arms, you got to block with the shins. So you need to check those kicks with your legs, not your arms.
Adendorff trying to stay a little bit out of the range of Dutton. Dutton, the taller fighter. Adendorff goes back to the well, throwing Dutton onto the floor like he did in the first round twice.
Not one of them setting up a jab. They need to establish that jab,
Break.
control that range.
Break. Watch the dunks, guys.
Didn't
Watch
make
the
the
dunks.
mistake of closing the distance. He's way better from out far compared to Jean-Luc. He needs to keep that distance and fight him long. Use your teep, use your jab. Jean-Luc needs to get inside more.
Downstairs and upstairs, and it's
Here we go.
Jean-Luc swinging for the fences.
Both landing some good shots inside there. Better defense from Jean-Luc, keeping those hands up. But you've got to check those kicks. They take its toll on the legs. Beautiful counter over the top.
Dutton with a big swing and a miss.
Yeah, you can't load up on those shots. Much better. Dyllan needs to use that teep better. He needs to use it more. He's way more effective from outside.
Adendorff seems to have cleared the cobwebs from being dropped in the first round. He looks a bit more composed.
You know, they need to establish their straight shots. They're firing everything around the corner, long looping shots. And it's so easy to defend those. Whoever throws the best punches down the middle are going to land the better shots.
You know, the funny thing in boxing is that a lot of the time the corner says, give me a chance to help you, help yourself. Keep away from that cut, keep it out of the way, but not in Muay Thai. That's not going to happen.
No, you focus on those cuts and you want to do as much damage as you can. The more you can make him bleed, the better. Jean-Luc landing some good shots there. Good little lean back. Beautiful leg kick.
Choke.
Much better from Dutton. He's putting less effort in, but landing more. You see, people always make the mistake. They throw 100% and miss instead of 50% and land. Beautiful counter punches by Jean-Luc. Very nice. Good pressure now. Jean-Luc realizing that Dyllan's a bit tired. Pushing that pace now.
It seems like the 30-second mark has come, and you're now seeing a definite step down in the amount of output from Jean-Luc Adendorff.
Yeah, and he's chasing that spin elbow, but he needs to establish the foundation first. A little bit all over the place when he's throwing those spin elbows, falling. He's got to be careful of getting caught.
Perhaps chasing that spin elbow, as we can see, his padding has slipped up a little bit.
Take advantage of the conditions. Really good work by both these guys, pushing the pace nicely.
Stop.
And that is the
Very
end
nice
of
round.
the round.
Very nice round from both of them. A lot of back and forth, good shots landed from Jean-Luc and Dyllan.
In hindsight, those shoves to the ground, not exactly shoves to the ground, but those takedowns, if we can call them the sweeps, they are counting towards what the judges see in general.
100%. And I think Jean-Luc landed a lot of good shots in that round. Way more effective. He actually came back aggressive towards the end of the round, which judges always see. They always see the end of the round and they remember it a little bit clearer. So I could possibly have scored that at 10-9 for Jean-Luc. So interesting fight now. I mean, if Jean-Luc wins this last round, I think we've got a draw on our hands.
I'm going to apologize right now for the rest of the evening. I'm on the learn here. This is why I'm at Muay Thai. I'm learning a new discipline for me. I mean, I've been watching fighting for a long time, but they're keeping tabs of 8 limbs that are thrown at all the time. I'm a boxing guy.
100%.
2 is generally my attention limit, and now I'm having
Fighters,
to
stand
suffer
by.
through 8. But hey, action is all
corner.
here. We're at Cape
Guys,
Town's
this is Jaya fight
International
off before he comes out.
Casino
Into
of
a corner,
Excellence,
into
the
a corner.
Grand West Casino
Into a corner.
and Entertainment World. And you, Clinton, are my guru for the rest of the evening, and I'm really appreciative that you're sitting next to me
Only a
and
pleasure.
guiding us through the action tonight.
The WMO has also changed. They've also changed a lot of the rules. Before in Thailand, the punches didn't really count as much as kicks and knees and elbows. And they've now made it that every punch counts. So every effective strike that lands is considered a point now.
Adendorff starting off the round with the leg kick, returned by Dutton.
Beautiful counters by Jean-Luc. They've got to keep those hands up.
Low kick, left hook, downstairs and upstairs.
They also need to use those hands to set up the legs. You know, they're throwing either punches or kicks. They're not punching and kicking together. They're not using the hands to set up the legs.
And both guys are playing victim to dropping their hands and getting made to pay for it.
100%. That's exactly why I'm saying they need to punch first and then follow up with the kicks. It's going to create the openings. At the moment, they're either punching or kicking, and you can see it coming a mile away.
Seemingly even Stevens as we go into the 2 minutes remaining of the third and final round. Difficult to separate them, and like you said, a drawn round here could be a drawn fight.
Yeah, I think if Jean-Luc wins this, there's a very good chance it's going to be a draw. But he's going to really have to push the pace and land some really good strikes.
Yes, of course, that's because Jean-Luc got put on the floor and took a count in the first round.
Yeah. And he's doing well. He's really catching Dyllan as he comes in, catching him with as he enters. His hands are low, and yeah, he's going to go for the sweep again.
Stop.
No, this time I think his gas tank hasn't got the energy for that takedown.
You know, 3 rounds of 3 minutes seems like a month.
Especially in Muay Thai, when you're throwing kicks and knees and elbows, it seriously does, it saps you.
Break. Separate. Chop.
Adendorff in the red, Dutton in the blue, 31 years old,
Beautiful
up against a
counter.
20-year-old.
Jean-Luc really has to dig deep and he's got to push the pace. He's got to be aggressive. And Dyllan has to do the same if he wins. If Dyllan wins this round, he wins the fight. So he has to show that he wants it.
Big shot to the stomach by Jean-Luc Adendorff. Perfectly timed body shots. That's
Those
what it is
teeps
all
taking
about.
its toll. Those teeps take their toll on the body, especially when you're tired. Beautiful. Untidy, but still scores.
Just at the right time as well.
35 seconds left. This is do or die time. Dyllan needs to show he wants it. He needs to show he wants it. Jean-Luc needs to be aggressive. He needs to take it from Dyllan.
This is where they say empty the tank.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well done.
Break.
Really well done. Caught the kick, looked for the sweep.
Messy landing for both
Untidy
fighters.
due to the gas tank, but still scoring. Going to be interesting to see how this judges score this. This last round is could go either way.
And
Really,
there we
really
have
good. Good recovery from Jean-Luc. Came back.
3 rounds are done and dusted. Interesting fight if you're scoring at home. It's a difficult one.
And I'll be running, possessed by a low, low voodoo. Fired up like a wolf on a full moon. And we're stuck in a la-la land. The tides will turn without us. And I'll be killing time like I might be a cartoon. Take it in real life like haiku. I know we got the good vibes when pieces fall right into place. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me haunted.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give both these fighters a massive round of applause. Bell to bell action as we go to the judges' scorecards. After 3 rounds, your winner coming by way of a split decision victory. Fighting out of BCI in the red corner, Jean-Luc Adendorff. We move on to bout number 3 on an action stack card. It's TFP 3, the Continental Collision, and it's 3 rounds of 3 minutes. Pro-Am rules in the super lightweight division. Introducing to you first, he'll be fighting out of the blue corner, standing 1.71 meters tall and weighing in at 63.3 kilograms. Making his Pro-Am debut and representing Fighters Incorporated, please welcome Heinrich Jacobs. And his opponent standing 1.71 meters tall and weighing in at 61.4 kilograms with a record of no wins against 2 losses. Fighting out of Iron Tiger, please welcome back to TFP3, it is Michael Bezuidenhout.
Muay Thai back, I want you to obey my instructions.
Close of the white crew, we're into bout number 3. Just a little bit of background information of our 2 fighters. Heinrich Jacobs took this fight on like a week's notice. 23 years old, he was born in Swellendam, and he is a personal trainer with experience in boxing, karate, K1 and mixed martial arts. He hasn't had any Muay Thai fights, this is his debut, but obviously been training hard in the art because, hey, you don't rock up at the party without knowing what to do.
100%. He's also, he's got K2 experience, boxing, MMA. I've had one of my fighters actually competed against Michael, his opponent, and Michael's very tough. very, very tough competitor. This is going to be an interesting fight. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one.
Bezuidenhout making his
Judges, you ready?
return to TFP.
Okay.
He
Fighters
was
to
a
the center.
star in our former show and at TFP2, the recruitment.
You guys.
Put on a heck of a performance there.
Chop.
And from Eerste Rivier, Iron Tiger is his gym, Shaheen Price is his trainer, and he's a junior software developer by trade. Let's see if he can trade the hardware, though, this time in the ring at TFP3.
Nice work by Michael. He's coming out a lot different to his previous fights that I've watched. Very controlled. I think he's learned from his previous fights to stay a little bit calmer, control the pace. Some beautiful work at the moment. Good feints. Really, really has evolved since his last 2 fights. With his records 0-2, but those 2 losses were good losses. He fought well. And I can see a massive improvement in him.
A lot more composed, you know, I think it's like the 2 losses taught him way more than 2 victories would have.
100%.
And he's sitting here with a bit of a deceptive record now.
100%. Don't be fooled by records. This is a tough sport.
It's a measured opening minutes in the first round by both fighters.
Yeah, Michael, very intelligently scoring points. You know, keeping it calm, controlling the pace, controlling the rhythm. But he's scoring points. He's being very quick in and out. Being evasive, checking kicks. So far, really, really good display by Michael.
Once again, 3 rounds, 3 minutes, not a lot of time. To borrow a cricket analogy, you got to keep the run rate ticking over. You got to take those singles when they're on offer. Go for the boundaries when the rubbish is there.
Yeah, and you know, this is for Heinrich. This is being his first fight. He's doing well. I mean, he's very composed. He's not rushing in, not trying to knock him out with every single punch. But the 2 fight experience that Michael has is you can see it. It's showing.
Bezuidenhout in the red trunks, up against Jacobs in the blue trunks.
This is a nice, easy first round. Very nice, feeling each other out. Really good first fight from Heinrich. Really, really good first fight.
Bezuidenhout starting to make some moves.
He's cutting off the ring nicely. If you watch what he's doing, keeping Heinrich. He's back against the ropes, got nowhere to run. Very important in the sport, controlling the space.
Heinrich Jacobs taking the place of Denver Isaacs, who fell out late with an injury to his hip. We wish Denver all the best in road to recovery, and hopefully we'll see him having this fight against Michael Bezuidenhout at the next Tyholics Fight Promotions fight card.
Yeah, Michael really, really controlling pressure, pushing forward nicely, controlling the distance, scoring points effectively. I think Jacobs needs to come out second round and he needs to really push the pace.
Jacobs put together a half-decent defensive sequence upstairs at the end of that round. Was it enough? Do we have a clear and cut winner of this opening round?
I think Michael controlled that round really, really well. That two fights experience that he has definitely showing massive improvements from his first 2 fights. I really love. That's what I love seeing in the sports is when guys come out and they show evolution. That's what the sport's about. You don't want to see the same guy fighting every time. You want to see him improving, using his tools better. You've got to use those weapons effectively.
It took both fighters a better part of 2 minutes to really get into this fight before Bezuidenhout decided to get on his bike and start pushing the pressure and catching Jacobs in the corner and unleashing some damaging shots. Regardless of whether they were taken cleanly or caught on the arms, they're all going to hurt in some form or manner.
Yeah, and let's remember, it's a points game. If you're not locking the guy out, they're going to score you on the points. And if you're landing shots, you're scoring points. So you need to eliminate anything landing, check those kicks. Cannot be blocking with your arms, evasion. As they say, try not to get hit.
Just the kind of fight camp, the measure of experience that Bezuidenhout has to call on in his gym as sparring partners. Of course, both guys coming up later tonight. Ncedo Gomba, he's world-renowned, he's been everywhere and done it all. And I don't know if they would spar together because you'd think the size
Guarantee
would be
they
a
will.
difference.
Guaranteed they'll spar together. You always want to spar the best in the gym. That's how you get better. If you're not getting beat up, you're not getting better.
I'm talking about the tank, Lamin Souayah, he's a big guy, and I'm sure that Bezuidenhout probably doesn't say no to that kind of experience either.
You know, in Muay Thai, it's all about technical sparring. You don't try and beat each other up. It's technique, trying to find your rhythm, balance. Jacob's definitely coming out a little bit more urgency, using that jab more effectively.
Of course, Lamin Souayah, he's coming up in the main card, the Continental Collision section. Ncedo, Gomba, both fighting German foes on tonight's action at TFP 3.
Jacobs really keeps dropping that hand when that kick comes in, leaving his head wide open. Oh, nicely putting hands and legs together.
And you know, Iron Tiger, relatively newish gym in the scene in Cape Town, but man, they got a good thing going and they know what they're doing.
100%. There's some good experience in there. Good trainers, good fighters. And slowly but surely now with TFP putting on some awesome events, there's so much more experience. Great. Ooh, that was a slip. There's so many more events for the guys to build experience, which is exactly what we need in Muay Thai. We need a lot of events to happen so the guys can get more fight experience.
And it's these fight cards are the reason why I can quite safely say and assume the biggest Muay Thai fight card on the continent right now is what you're seeing right here at Thai Fight Promotions.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Good kick to the stomach there by Jacobs.
Jacob showing much better, coming forward a bit. He needs to control the space. Try to push Michael back. Beautiful work.
My only cause for concern of Jacobs right now, his jab is more of a flick. It kind of looks like a rangefinder. Nothing to do any real damage with.
No. Very easy to parry and counter. Very easy to walk through.
The elbow was on offer and Bezuidenhout went for it, and he'll have to settle for a sweep.
Bit of a wardrobe failure there. There we go.
The stockings come down, but the action is hot and heavy here. Round number 2.
It looks like Jacob's feeling a lot more comfortable now. He's coming forward a little bit more, but he needs to throw more punches in bunches. He's got to put the legs together with the punches, do more damage, score more points.
Very well balanced fighter. He doesn't seem to get himself into positions where he's going to compromise his own ability to stay on his feet.
Yeah, and he does a lot of stance changing. He switches from southpaw to orthodox, which works well in Muay Thai. You know, a lot of guys have a good dominant leg, which they kick with. He transitions nicely between the two. Yeah, and you know, sometimes you can use your dominant hand in the front or dominant hand at the back, so it's nice to play with.
End of round number 2. A very solid round from Bezuidenhout. I would say probably safely enough to say that he did enough to take that round.
That was a close round. You know, when you look at those rounds as well, you look at who's going forward a lot, who's controlling the ring, when it's quite an even round. I must say I was watching that round way more as a commentator than I was as a judge. There was some good fighting happening there.
You know, the accolades that is carried by both fighters into the ring right now. Jacobs, K1 South African Championships, took a silver medal in 2021. Vibrant Sport Cup champion. Of course, that's going to be boxing. Mixed martial arts. South African champs in 2021. He took 4th place in his weight division and K1 orange belts. So he carries a wealth of fight experience, an all-rounded type of individual.
Yeah, you know, I think the hardest thing that a lot of combat sport athletes trying to adjust to in Muay Thai is the stance. You know, if you come into Muay Thai with a heavy front foot stance, fighting heavy on that front foot, you're going to get kicked a lot in the leg. You're not going to be able to check kicks, and that's a big problem. So learning to making that adaptation to your style is probably a number 1 priority. Well, once you do that, it gets a lot easier.
Yeah, of course, Muay Thai very much more of an open stance because you're not just looking to land those leg kicks but also teeps to the stomach. You can't do that from a boxing stance, which is far more side and shoulder on.
And heavy on the front foot. If you're heavy on the front foot, you can't lift that leg quick enough to check. You're giving your hamstring and your calf, you can do a lot more damage. Jacob's using that side teep very effectively. He throws that little switch kick into the side teep, using it very well to keep Bezuidenhout at bay.
Bringing out the party tricks in round number 3 is Jacobs. He knows he might be down, he might be up, it might be a draw, we don't know.
When it comes to the last round, you don't know what the judges have scored, especially in a fight like this. So you need to go out there and you need to prove that you want this fight. You can't leave it to the judges. You've got to make sure that you win the last round. Beautiful catch and sweep. Very nice. Very nice.
Jacob's frustrated. You could see he was very annoyed with how he stood there and took that.
That showboating doesn't help because you just got scored against.
He's fighting angry and
goes
he's
down
starting
again.
to make those mistakes of someone who is fighting angry. He's trying to get that
Yes.
pound of flesh back.
You've got to stay calm. You cannot let the emotions get the better of you.
But hats off to Heinrich Jacob, stepping up on a week's notice, coming in and putting a performance. He's going for the win. He is trying his best.
And he's looking good. The conditioning's good. I mean, his gas tank looks good. He's mixing up his punches and his kicks very, very well. For an 0-0 record, he's really, really, really doing well. Been very impressed.
Bezuidenhout is so calm on his offense. He's so in charge and in command of the fight the way that it's going right now, especially in this third and final round.
Jacob's using that teep jab very, very well. Throwing that teep with a jab behind it. Landing it regularly. You know, when I coach my guys, I'm a big proponent of the teep. You have to use your teep effectively. Very important weapon.
We passed the 1 minute remaining mark here, round number 3.
This is do or die time. This is where you got to put the foot on the gas, push forward, and land those shots, but intelligently. You can't go in blindly. You got to stay calm, stay defensively tight.
Does Jacobs have it in him to put on the last big charge?
Beautiful. Jacobs coming back very nicely.
Finally, a jab that actually stuck the landing.
Jacobs fighting very well, being very evasive, landing really well.
And the crowd are absolutely soaking it
Really,
up.
really good fight. No one giving an inch. Standing in front, trading.
This is exactly what we want to see.
Really good to watch.
10 seconds remain.
It's so awesome seeing Pro-Am fights at this caliber. Guys building such incredible experience. Beautiful.
Jacob said, bring it on.
Beautiful.
Bezuidenhout obliges.
Really, really good fight.
A perfect fight that we've seen again. It just keeps coming better and better as we get through the card tonight at TFB 3.
Really, really good.
Short notice and so up.
Ladies and gentlemen, 3 rounds of action in the can, and we go to the judges' scorecards for your winner, coming by way of unanimous decision victory. Fighting out of the red corner, Michael Bezuidenhout.
trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no wonder right to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you
The following bout on this evening's card is the South African title eliminator to take place over 3 rounds of 3 minutes. Pro-Am rules in the 72.5 kilogram middleweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, standing 1.81 meters tall and weighing in at 68.4 kilograms with a record of 6 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Nakeng Muay Thai, please welcome Paul Kombol. And his opponent, standing 1.83 meters tall, weighing in at 73 kilograms even, with a record of 1 win and a single loss, fighting out of BCI and making his return to the TFP ring. Please welcome Luan Fanta. This is a fight that I've been waiting for. So Luan Venter returns
guys,
to us.
remember some
He
Muay
had a
Thai
shot at
belt,
the
want
SA
you to
title in the
protect
last
yourself,
TFP event.
and,
He comes in looking
and
for
some
redemption,
rules.
looking to
Yeah,
get back
just
on the
grab some
horse,
Muay Thai,
and
go
this
back
is
to
a
the
South
corner.
African title eliminator to allow him a way back to get his second shot at the cherry. He comes with a lot of experience. He's been around the games for a very long time. Despite his age, he's almost like a household name here in the Western Cape when it comes to stand-up.
He reminds me of the Thais that start when they're little kids, you know, starting when he was 13. I mean, his medals and accolades are huge. He's been fighting for such a long time, so much experience. Very aggressive when he starts. He's got a lot of power. He does start hard. I hope Kombol can weather the storm. Because I see him coming out hard. Luan's got a very aggressive streak in him, and he does push the pace.
He did have a little bit of trouble on the scale yesterday. He didn't make it at the first time. He had to go and do some skipping with a bag on.
Judges, you ready?
Really sweated
Fighters,
out.
the
He did
center.
obviously come back second time round. And
first
the
round.
fight is
Chop.
sanctioned. Paul Kombol coming from the camp of Ncube Muay Thai. They got a busy night as well. They got Yolandie Botha fighting for the South African title against Devin Gouws after our intermission.
Luan doing way better. I think, learning from his last fight. He's coming out, establishing a good effective range, not trying to kill with every single shot, using that teep effectively. What a big difference since his last fight. I think maybe the last fight, a bit excited, fighting for the title, maybe being a little bit too aggressive. Tonight, making adjustments. Let's see how that turns out for him.
Also, of course, where we are, fighters are still coming out of the COVID lull of no action for a long time. That was Luan Venter's last fight. He hadn't had a fight in a long time. It might have explained why he was overzealous in his approach, but certainly a lot more measured here tonight.
Once again, for me, it's so important to see that evolution in the fighters where, they come out, they might not have had the best fight, they make mistakes, but they come out the next fight and they make adjustments. They really make adjustments and they come out better. That's what it is. That's what it takes to be a good fighter.
A little bit of the fact sheet that is coming out of Paul Kombol. Played most sports in school, most enjoyed swimming, cross country. So does that mean he's got cardio for days?
Kombol, if you look carefully, he's very heavy on the front foot, which is going to leave him very open to that leg kick. I can see he's going to be eating a lot of leg kicks if he stays heavy on that front foot like that. And his leg's very straight. That teep to the front knee would be effective. He's got to bend his legs a little bit, fight heavier off the back foot, stay light on the front foot.
Now,
but being effective.
In terms of the stances here, we got right-hander versus left-hander.
Yeah.
Is it the same in boxing? Is it more difficult for a right-hander to adapt to a left-hander in Muay Thai?
Not really, because the range is so big. With Muay Thai, normally what will happen against Southpaw versus Orthodox, you'll just kick those arms. You'll focus on kicking those arms as hard as you can. Which occupies the power hand. Take the power hand away from you with nice power kicks.
Both fighters very economical in their starts.
Beautiful left hand down the pipe there by Luan. The right hand, sorry. Getting confused between the Southpaw and the Orthodox.
I've been confused since the day I was born, and this fight is going to shape up to be something
I
down
feel
the
you.
line that is going to turn into a bit of a firefight. I kind of get that feeling. These guys are holding back.
Yeah.
They're waiting for the last rounds.
They're feeling each other out this first round. They're doing a really good job. I like it because it leaves a lot more energy for round 2 and 3, and they really tend to push each other. I don't enjoy seeing when guys come out first round and emptying their gas tank, and then it becomes like a slugfest after that, a little bit untidy, and you don't see the beautiful technique of Muay Thai as much.
The slap of the noise of the foot making contact with the body.
Beautiful little head kick there to end the round there by Luan.
The happier fighter after round number 1, would you say?
Yeah, I think he did really well. He controlled the range really well, scored points nicely. He attacked that front leg, which, as I said before, if you're standing heavy on that front leg, you're always going to be susceptible to the leg kick. And Luan's picked that up, and he's been picking away at it. You can actually see the marks on the leg already. So it's going to be interesting to see how this fight goes forward. See who makes the best adjustments.
Luan Venter, of course, the second of the 2 BCI-trained fighters here in action tonight. Jean-Luc Adendorff coming away with a victory earlier on the fight card. And trained by the legend, Source Kröger, the guru. Of course, had long stints at EFC level. He was a guy who was a stand and bang, but also with the most amazing athleticism, totally defying what you would think of him at first glance.
100%. And people don't realize that Source he's actually got a crazy ground game. But he just prefers to stand and bang, and nobody ever took him down. So why the hell must he use his ground game?
Looks so deceiving, and he never told anybody. I can promise you that much.
Yeah, but such a gentleman. Love him to bits.
Of course, he's also the General Secretary of the South African Muay Thai Organization, so everyone's like hands on deck. You're here, you're commentating with Source is here, he's cornering a fighter.
I'm the polyfiller, I fill any gap they need.
Round number 2, and away we go.
I can see a little bit of urgency now. You can see Luan's got a bit more bounce in that step.
There was some sting in that leg kick.
Yeah, he's switching it on now.
And you can see the veins starting to pop up in blue colors on Kombol's leg.
You can see Kombol's leg starting to flare up a little bit.
Stinger of an inside leg kick from Luan Venter.
No, I think one of the big mistakes, or not mistakes, but one of the big flaws that you see when the guys come from K1 is they don't kick with their shins enough. You know, a lot of foot slap kicks. I want to see the guys turn their shins over a little bit more and like chop those legs down, like they're chopping down a tree with an axe. See, those silent ones are the ones that hurt. The slapping ones don't do much damage.
In terms of the best and most effective way to check a kick, your Dutch-style Muay Thai, where they prefer to keep the foot on the ground and just bounce into it and take the damage. You also get the Thai style, where it's lifting the shin, trying to catch it on the shin. What's your weapon of choice in terms of defense?
Well, number one is make sure that you 45-degree angle when you do lift that kick to check. Otherwise, they're going to kick that tips anterior, and you're not going to be able to walk tomorrow. But yeah, you know what? As long as you're blocking it, that's all that matters. How you do it is up to you.
The reason why we're talking about it is written all up and down
Kombol's legs are it's like a work of art at the moment.
Shades of blue and red.
Muay Thai tattoos. Some beautiful work by Luan. He's really staying tight, he's picking his offense. You know, he's looking for openings, not pushing the pressure too much. He's really being selective with the weapons he's using.
Picking his offense and picking apart Paul Kombol at the same time. Well in control. He's established a rhythm, and he's evading those leg kicks by Paul Kombol.
Yeah, you've got to keep that chin down, and you can see he's identified that heavy front leg. Kombol changing a lot of stance at the moment. I think those legs are taking proper damage.
Round number 2 there, TFP.
Whoa! What happened there? Was that a knee or a teep?
Their backs were turned. I wasn't looking at the monitor, but that looked like a punch that landed upstairs. And Luan Venter's taking on a long count.
I couldn't see that from my angle. I missed that. He went down.
Suddenly it's red alert from the man who was in control.
Beautiful knee in the clinch.
Much like the first time we saw him at TFP fighting for the title, where he looked like he was in some semblance of control, he gives it up and he gets put on the floor.
In this sport, it isn't over till it's over. It just takes one shot, one knee, one punch, one elbow, one kick, and you can go down.
And suddenly that evasiveness has disappeared. He's standing in the pocket and he's trying to hold up and weather the storm.
Yeah, when you take shots to the body like that drop you, it takes a lot out of you. You know, when your body's gassed, you cannot move as well. Your breathing's affected. Very good round there.
So hopefully we can see on replay exactly what happened there in the neutral corner. Kombol coming away with the first drop of the card of this fight, and definitely the winner of that round based on it. Here's the replay. Again, it came from a position where it was Venter who was largely in control, looking very comfortable. Perhaps that was his nemesis.
Yeah, I'm dying to see what actually took him down. I don't know if it was a punch or it was the teep that just got through, like while he was breathing in. That's always the problem. As you breathe in and something lands in the body, it takes it out of you. It really does damage. It's like those games when the power bar goes down. What was that?
I got a feeling he snuck in a kick there that went into the spleen section. I don't know if we could get the truck to show us that one for a second time. Again, it was very quick, very sneaky.
Was like an angle I couldn't really see. It was either a teep or kick that got him on the far side.
I think it was a kick around about the waist section that caused the trouble, with the punches just landing as
very
a bonus
nice.
after that.
That's what happens when you mix your hands and your legs together. You create openings. You've got to create openings in the sport. No one's going to give you nothing.
Now, the argument begins being measured in your approach in the opening round and feeling each other out. Suddenly you find yourself panicking because you're down in the round. You're down by 2 points, and it's only one round left to play.
Like I said, last round, you can't leave anything to the judges. You've really got to go out there and take that round.
Kombol defying the color of his legs here at TFP3.
Those legs are taking a beating tonight. He's going to feel that tomorrow.
Could be feeling it right now, who knows?
I think he actually got some instant varicose veins tonight. Yeah, you've got to control that range. You have to be effective with that range.
Now, when you're thinking Fenter's got to really kind of make it rain, he's again adopting the measured approach, perhaps. Fatigue is set in, missing weight might have been a problem in his camp.
Yeah, you never know how hard the weight cut was. Yeah, that weight cut's always hard if you're going to be cutting a lot. So let's see. He looks fine. He looks composed. He looks like he's recovered. Really extending with that teep. They've got to set. They've got to sit behind the jab. Set those teeps, those leg kicks up behind the right hand, behind the jab. They're throwing ones.
Beautiful knee to the rib cage of Luan Venter, and he goes down for the second time in the fight.
Kombol stealing this fight sneakily with those knees to the body.
And it was at a point where I was about to say that he's very deceptive because he doesn't give much away in terms of what he's going to do next. It comes out of nowhere.
Like I said, the body. It's the key to a lot of to winning these fights. Kombol looking composed, you know. He's not taking a lot of damage. Yes, his legs are.
But
very,
he
very
soaked it up.
sneaky.
He
Very
soaked it up.
sneaky. Yeah, he's showing good composure.
But you know, he's been at the same pace the entire fight.
Correct.
He hasn't put anything on in terms of the gas tank. He's fought at a consistent pace.
Correct. If I was him, I'd be focusing on that body. I'd even be throwing straight lefts and rights to that body now. There we go. Beautiful.
And for the third time in the fight.
I'm wondering if he doesn't have a damaged rib of some sort that he hurt in training, maybe.
You know, the shots, any knee to the ribs is hard, but you do get a hard knee and you get a soft knee. And that didn't look like a particularly jarring knee, but the effect was there.
I'm wondering if he didn't hurt himself in training somehow, because it's the same spot. He keeps going down on it. There, and here he comes back. He's got 9 seconds to finish. 9 seconds. 5 seconds. Oi! Oh.
What a performance by Paul Kombol. Consistent throughout from round 1 to the end of round 3. Dropping Luan Venter 3 times on the way to what I'm sure is a shutout victory.
Really, really good fight.
You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on remember way, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards for a split decision. The winner of this bout, who now qualifies for a shot at the South African Pro-Am Middleweight Championship by split decision, Paul Kombol. Ladies and gentlemen, the following bout is for the first of our two South African National Championship. And this one is an SA title defense. 3x3 minute rounds, Pro-Am rules in the Super Welterweight division. Introducing to you first, the challenger. He's going to be fighting out of the blue corner. Standing 1.7 meters tall, weighing in at a trim and ready 68.35 kilograms with a record of 5 wins, 6 losses, 1 win coming by way of a knockout. Introducing the challenger, fighting out of Pride Fighting Academy. Please welcome Chester Kruger. And please welcome his opponent fighting out of the red corner. Standing 1.83 meters tall, weighing in at 68.35 kilograms with a Pro-Am record of 3 wins and a single loss. The reigning and defending South African champion fighting out of Tyholix. Please welcome Shane Deacon. It looked like an over-the-top hamstring and quadriceps stretch towards the end, sealing off the ring. The Y crew, one of the most important things for any fighter to learn, and here we are, stepping it up. The South African National Championship is on the line. Shane Deacon making his first defense of the title that he won against Ryan Cochran of the same gym, Pride Fighting Academy. That is the student of Chester Kröger. Now it's the teacher trying to step up and do what the student failed to do the first time. Deacon's first defense is a tough one against Chester Kröger.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting fight. Both these guys, it's very cool, calm, collected. You can even see by their Y crew, very, very relaxed, very calm. I think this is going to be a great display of skill. That's my favorite part, is when you see these technical Muay Thai practitioners, these technical Nak Muay come out and showcase their skills. Super excited for this one.
Ryan Cochran in the first attempt, last TFP, more of a K1 specialist. Chester Kröger is all Muay Thai. Shane, you can see the naturally bigger man, even though both of them scaled in at the exact same weight. Neither had to cut a lot of weight. They both had a pretty easy ride at the scale.
Shane, very, very good with his knees. You've got to be so careful of those knees. Long, lanky, very flexible. And he gets good penetration with those knees, which a lot of people don't do. They knee up instead of forward, whereas Shane really gets forward with those knees.
So you'll notice, although this is Pro-Am rules, the stockings have disappeared. Still the same amount of fights out of the two, but not the paid ranks just yet.
100%.
And I suppose that's the only thing separating pro and this level is a paycheck and another 2 rounds.
100%. Chester he shouldn't allow Shane to get that close to him. Shane being very effective with those knees. He needs to keep him at bay. Chester looking a lot better from far, but making the mistake of letting Shane get close, penetrating with those long punches. Already seeing a bit of...
Shane always is close with the length of his body. He utilizes that distance perfectly.
He does. Use the weapons you have and use them effectively. Shane throwing a beautiful elbow up the middle there.
And he's zoning in on that right-hand side and left-hand side of the rib cage of Chester Kröger.
Now Chester better keep that guard tight because those elbows are penetrating. They're getting right through that guard.
And what he started with the feet, he ends with the hands. Shane Deacon seemingly in control through the first 2 minutes of round number one.
So smooth, glides in with such rhythm, just beautiful. And you can see he's controlling the hands. When he comes in, he's controlling Chester's hands so that he can't throw any punches.
Chester Kröger scored a good knee to the ribcage, but didn't halt the advance of Shane Deacon.
Maybe he's hoping that Shane gasses himself and wears himself out. Hopefully he plans to come out in round 2 because first round he's taking a bit of a beating.
Well, if that's the game plan, I think he's going to be gravely disappointed because Deacon has got a gas tank on him.
Yeah, Deacon's not using a lot of energy. He's very smooth. The rhythm's good. He's being very pinpoint. It's like a little sniper. He's literally sniper-like with his weapons.
And even though he's got those long limbs, he doesn't have to be far away to land a kick. He can do it standing right next to you.
Correct. Very good use of the long guard there by Deacon. Using that range, extending that arm out. Some great Muay Thai skills being shown here. Really good Muay Thai skills. That elbow up the middle again.
That rib cage is looking red like a target.
What a beautiful first round. That was so nice to watch. Shane putting on such a good show of Muay Thai. Chester's going to have to settle himself and come out with a couple of adjustments.
The other sideline story to this fight, both of these fighters are instructors at the gyms that they train at. So it's teacher versus teacher, PFA versus Thai-holics.
Yeah, you find, when you teach, you learn so much more. I find, even with my guys, the more they teach, the better they become as fighters. It's just, there's a big difference when you're trying to explain, to your students what they need to do. You actually absorb more, you understand more. I think that's why you also see such a smoother skill set, with better use of their tools and their weapons, control range better, the ring. It's just such a technical art. That was like beautiful Muay Thai to watch. Shane really putting on a good display.
All right, let's shelve the coach's hat.
Let's go. Time's up.
themselves. The judges had.
Oh, that was Shane's round.
What are you telling Chester Kruger to do in the second round?
Well, you know what? He has to use his teep better. He's got to teep the legs, teep the body. Don't allow Shane to get inside. At the moment, Shane's best weapon are his knees and elbows. And you can't allow him to get into that range.
So you think it's an investment in leg attack?
Yeah, he's got to use up the center. Teeps to the legs, teeps to the body. Long straight punches. Set up the uppercuts. Careful of the hooks, because the minute you start throwing hooks, Shane's going to get inside. He's got a really good defense. There we go. Long straight punches and the teeps.
Stop!
Chester Kruger catches and throws, but this is one of the things about Shane Deacon. Extremely hard to put on the floor.
Great balance and great flexibility. Flexibility plays a big part.
The crowd are into this, the first of our 2 title bouts on this evening's card. A kick catching Chester Kruger in the throat, face area.
Good pressure by Shane, very good pressure.
Switching stances for show, punches up the middle for the dough.
See that high guard that Chester's implementing defensively is really not working to his benefit because his body's wide open.
Shane Deacon is just loving the look of that rib cage.
You know, I think Chester's going to have to lift his knees. Every time Shane comes in, he's going to have to lift the knees. But then I think what Shane's going to do is sweep him. It's a very, very tough fight. It's tough decisions to be made here.
It's almost as though, you could try and defend against those rib attacks, but the kick somehow comes up underneath the elbow and slices you like a knife.
Well, Chester's defense is so high. He's holding those hands really, really high. His body's wide open. He's not making any effort to protect his ribs, which is making it way easier for Shane.
Soaking up the punishment here in round number 2. Chester Kruger from Pride Fighting Academy, letting it all hang out.
If I was Shane, I would actually look at throwing some tomahawk elbows, some down elbows from the top. Chester's head's very down. Up the middle's fine, it's all good, but there's no torque on it, there's no power on it, very hard to cut. Beautiful jump knee. That scissor knee up the middle. Look at Chester's body taking a lot of damage. He's wearing a proper tight tattoo on the side there.
Like you said, those tomahawk elbows, easier for Shane to do being the taller man.
100%. And Chester's head's down. There he goes. I think you heard me.
Thanks for the suggestion, Coach.
I'll talk softly.
No, we're going to have to take it loud because the crowd here are being absolutely frenetic in their support of Shane Deacon and Chester Kruger.
Yeah, this is really, really beautiful to watch. It's a clinical display of how to use the right weapons for the right range. Shane really, really putting on a really good show. Very impressed.
Break!
As a crew, as a coach, this is what you want to see from your students, putting on technical displays like this. Beautiful knees. And if you watch when he throws that knee, he's not just throwing it randomly. He's looking at where the opening is and he's setting it into that opening, right behind the elbow on the side. The uppercut's there, he needs to look for that uppercut.
If you're just tuning in, this is one heck of a fight that we got going on here. Shane Deacon largely in control, here to defend the South African National Championship.
And doing a great job. Doing a very, very good job.
While we cut to the break between rounds, both fighters, of course, they're not wearing the stockings that Pro-Am usually does. They're wearing ankle guards. Can you explain the significance of those ankle guards? What are the...
Well, basically, the anklets is just, it's what you wear in Muay Thai to protect your ankles. You hyperextend those ankles sometimes when you kick the leg, kick the elbow. So a lot of fighters prefer wearing it. Also prevents the kicks from slipping off. It gives them
roll an ankle like I do every time I try and kick a soccer ball.
Yeah, sometimes, when your opponent moves back, you can land with your toes, which hyperextends your ankle. That just gives you a little bit of support, prevents stupid little injuries like that.
Third and final round is coming right up. Kruger has it all to play for. He's down on the scorecards, certainly 2-0. He hasn't visited the floor yet, although he's been on the receiving end of what seems to be quite a punishing display from the champion, proving that you've got to come and take the belt from him.
100%. He's a very, very tough guy. Chester's Chester Kruger is a tough dude. He's taken some scary knees, scary kicks, elbows, and he's just absorbed it. He's doing incredibly well. But he's going to have to do something incredibly freaky to win this round and win this fight.
Just pull the behind
Kruger's
the bar
still
there.
there, tough as nails.
Okay,
although
fighters,
his
to the
ribcage
center.
resembles
Judges, you
more of a
ready?
carcass than it does
Okay,
a
fighters.
torso of a
Chop.
live human being.
Yeah, he's gonna. He needs a knockout to win this.
Stop.
Beautiful body kick there by Deacon.
The spray that came
Oh, a little bit of flair there by Chester. Little leg head kick, little scissor kick.
Nice elbow in
Oh,
close
elbow
by
over the
Chester
top.
Kruger.
Chester's not giving up. He's still in this fight. He knows it's last round. He knows he's behind.
Guys, remember 2 seconds when you catch, eh? 2 bounces, okay? Let's go. Chop.
Shane really, really smooth with those punches. Nice and straight. Beautiful by Chester. Really well done by Chester there. He's got a lot of fight in him.
He came out with the fancier moves in the third round a little bit too late, though.
100%. You know, I think when your back's against the wall, you start taking risks, you start taking chances because you know that's the only way you're going to win.
I shudder to think what that ribcage is going to feel like tomorrow, let alone next week or a month later.
He's not going to enjoy the art of breathing much. Breathing's going to be hard.
And he might not have a favorite side to sleep on either.
I think going to the toilet's not going to be much fun either.
When it rains, it pours in the world of Muay Thai. Here we are, round number 3, a minute 30 seconds left to go.
No, that's what's so beautiful about the art of 8 limbs. You've got to defend 8 different weapons. 8 different weapons.
2,
Chester taking a knee there.
4.
There's so many things you have to defend against. You got to cover it.
6,
If the guy gets in close, you got to watch out for elbows and knees. If it's from far, teeps, kicks, punches, and if you get right inside, you're going to get clinched and swept. So beautiful.
Yes, he took a knee. Yes, his breathing is hard. Yes, his ribcage is red. But he's still standing
He's still
there.
in the fight. He is still in the fight.
And he is looking to try and score something
Break.
big and recognizable for the judges to think about.
He
Time
hasn't
is
given
running
up.
out.
He hasn't given up. That's the most important part. As a fighter, you never give up. It takes one punch, one elbow, one knee. Doesn't make a difference. It just takes one.
And as a coach, that's all you can ever ask for. Again, the problem area, not hard to find.
Shane really starting to have fun now. Toying, playing around.
And a
Ooh,
clean
beautiful.
streak to him. He just keeps hitting that spot.
Stop. Chop.
Really, really nice. Beautiful Muay Thai. If you don't know, if you've never watched Muay Thai, or if this is your first time watching Muay Thai or Thai-holics Fight Promotions, this is such a beautiful display of Muay Thai. Clean, crisp, technical. Love watching Shane. This is true Muay Thai at its best.
There we have it.
Really, really well done.
3 rounds in the can. And one would think a successful first defense of his South African National Championship from Shane Deacon.
That was good. That was a solid fight. Solid fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, 3 rounds. scorecards with your winner coming by way of unanimous decision victory. And still, the South African national super welterweight champion,
Hands are stretching from the ground. Fighting. Hello, hello. Yeah, come on.
We will be back in 30 minutes. Go and reload your drinks. You can get some refreshments outside. Please observe the COVID protocols we have in place here in a public area. Masks up as you're moving around the auditorium, as well as the casino area. We'll see you in 30 minutes with Gouws up against Botha.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me.
Sitting throwing rocks across the pavement, hoping it'll cave in and swallow me whole. Wondering why my mind keeps on spinning. This isn't how living to me was so. Why am I like this? Something's always amiss. Can't put my finger on it, but it's there. Wait for it to subside, but my mind won't apply. Waiting for the clear. Is it bad sometimes? I like it when I lose control. There's something in it that's so beautiful. Listen, I can see the light, but I can also see the bones decay. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm doing my best not to run away. Sitting throwing rocks across the pavement, hoping it'll cave in and swallow me whole. Wondering how the world keeps on spinning, kinda scared of living when it unfolds. Hard to see the light when everything is silent, waiting for the clear. Thankful I'm alive, but terrified of dying. But hey, I'm still here. Is it bad sometimes? I like it when I lose control. There's something in it that's so beautiful. Listen, I can see the light, but I can also see the bones decay. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm doing my best not to run away.
You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars, but the dark gets lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence, and the dark's all that I see. When your stars have burnt out, and your heart makes no sound, I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky.
closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye. I forgive the pain you gave to me so long ago. Sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts, but you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye. Disappear and they won't find us where we are going. Dear, so
with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
Here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no wonder right. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 I can help you out.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it.
There are no lies in the ring. You learn so much about yourself, your weaknesses, your strengths, things that you would never have known about yourself. Everything that you are gets exposed.
You can't have expectations for any fight. You never know what's going to happen on the day, or all you know is you got to go in, and if they're going to put me down, I've got to be dead.
The only thing that there can be is discipline. Discipline to do what I have to do to reach my goal.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live. It's TFP3, the Continental Collision, coming at you live from Cape Town, South Africa, from the Grand West Casino and Entertainment World. And the following bout on this evening's card is to go a distance of 5 rounds of 2 minutes for the vacant South African Women's Featherweights Championship. Standing next to me, General Secretary of the South African Muay Thai Organization, Source Kröger, with the vacant belt that is up for grabs. And without further ado, let's introduce the first of our 2 combatants. Standing 1.65 meters tall, weighing in at 56.75 kilograms, with a pro-am record, 2 wins against 5 losses. She fights out of Nakeng Muay Thai. Please welcome Yolandie Botha. And now introducing the second of our 2 combatants, standing 1.55 meters tall and weighing in at 56.1 kilograms, with a record of 9 wins against 2 losses. She fights out of Camp Fight. Please welcome Devin Ray Gouws.
as I try to do a towel because they mop the floor before the break. Yeah. Do you guys have a towel?
Why crew is over. We've seen the videos that have come out that have been produced. You don't need to hype this fight anymore. It's for the South African National Championship, the women's featherweight division. And here they are about to set this ring alight at TFP 3. Yolandie Botha up against Devin Ray Gouws.
It's so awesome to see the amount of work going into promoting these fighters in this event. And it's just so good to see where Muay Thai is going. It's awesome. Women's fighting on the map. Really, really cool. Loving it. This is going to be a cracker.
In case you've just joined us, I'm Devin Curra, you're one of your commentators and also the ring announcer as well. He's joined by the birthday boy, Clint Walters. Happy birthday, sir.
Thanks, my man.
That's good.
And what better way to spend your birthday than watching people
Tell me about it.
extol some violence upon each other.
Nothing a man like
That's
me
good.
would like to do more.
But here we are, the real meat of the event. It's title time. We saw
judges, you ready?
a successful title
Fighters, you
defense.
ready?
The fight before this,
Okay,
the
let's
fight
bring it to
before
the
the interval.
center,
Shane
ladies.
Deacon taking out
Bring it to the center.
Chester Kruger over 3 rounds. Here we
Okay,
go.
guys.
Vacant title it is. Round 1, and we're off to go.
Let's see who establishes themselves first. Devin can take a lot of punishment. She does can come out hard.
5 rounds of 2 minutes. The ladies showing us that they can fight longer than the men. So, face value, you got Devin Ray Gouws in the red trunks, or heavily tattooed. Yolandie Botha, blue trunks, no tattoos. But the thing that you do notice straight away, the height difference.
I was about to say, Yolandie's got to use that height. She's got to use that reach advantage, which she's doing. She's sitting behind the jab. She's using her teep, attacking with leg kicks, not allowing Devin to get nice and close.
Stop.
Devin using that high guard, trying to get the sweep.
seconds
Was that a
holding, eh? 2
successful
seconds
sweep
when
in
you
your
hold the leg.
opinion?
Okay.
As long as the points hit the
Yeah.
floor. Of course, those sweeps count in the minds of the judges.
So Devin's got to find a way to get inside, get through that long-range attack. Yolandie's got to find a way to maintain that long-range attack and keep Devin at bay.
Devin Ray keeping a very high guard as well as her feet solidly planted on the floor.
Well, she is the shorter girl, so, being shorter, you got to keep that guard up. The taller girl, you got to kind of protect that body a lot more.
Yolandie Botha trying to make all the movements going forward.
Yeah, good aggression. That forward pressure, it works on the judges' minds because it's, you are going forward, you're pushing the pace, you're forcing your opponent to throw when they don't want to throw. So it's a very important tactic in Muay Thai. Oh, great left hand there by Devin Ray.
Straight down the pipe from Devin Ray Gouws right at the end of the first round.
Stop.
Really good first round. I think Yolandie being more effective from range. No, good. Being more effective from range, Devin's going to have to find a way to get through that range and close the gap. She's doing effective. She's being effective when Yolandie makes mistakes and gets too close. She's capitalizing well, but she's got to find a way to be more offensive and initiate.
5 rounds of 2 minutes, 1 round in the can. Are we going to say pretty much honours even towards the end? Perhaps the sweep might have scored a little bit more heavily in the favour of Devin Gouws, especially considering that shot straight down the middle we saw near the death of the first round.
Well, if you look at the amount of shots landed, I think Yolandie landed way more. Devin didn't land as much. She was when she could be effective. She was, but not enough landed. I think I would have scored that for Yolandie.
There you go, Clint Walters, my guru, sitting next to me at ringside here, teaching me about the art of Muay Thai as I go along in my career as a commentator and a ring announcer for this spectacular form of stand-up fighting. We're in Cape Town. It's a big event. We have a live crowd for the first time in a few years. In case you've just joined us all the way from Germany, the Continental Collision is on its way next.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Germany. Kröger flew in a whole bunch of fighters from Germany to compete against our South African guys, and it's to see where Muay Thai is going, to see where TFP is going, the events he's putting on. The fighters need events to compete in for them to grow and develop. Without events, there's just Muay Thai will die. And Kröger has taken it upon himself to really grow the sport. It's incredible what he's doing. I'm really, really excited for TFP.
Seconds out. Few seconds remain before we get kicked off into round number 2. Both fighters are going to be starting from the neutral corner.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Okay, fighters to the
next
center.
event for TFP's in May. That's also going to be a good one.
Okay, judges, you ready?
The action suddenly is coming thick and fast in the sport of Muay Thai. Back with the ladies. The vacant South African Featherweight Championship is on the line.
So Yolandie's she's being first, which is very important. She's throwing first, she's initiating. And the minute you do that, your opponent has to defend.
What some of you might not know at home, this is an ongoing rivalry.
Yes, that's right.
This is a trilogy fight. They're one each in that trilogy. Winner gets the belt tonight.
This is the decider, yeah.
What better way to celebrate a trilogy where two fighters come through the ranks?
Beautiful spinning back fist there by Devin.
And now it's a belt on the line, and Devin is certainly putting up one heck of a fight to get it.
Beautiful.
Fine, slippery.
Pointing that she slipped on a wet part of canvas the way that I can see it. It does look a little bit damp.
It was a sweep, so it was intentional. Devin now closing the gap, being very effective on the inside. That's where she needs to fight. This is where her game is going to be. Inside, in close. She needs to negate Yolandie's long, rangy weapons.
Let's both go to the floor.
Devin landing on top there, winning that takedown.
Devin Gouws landing on the top, exactly. Again, a catch of the leg.
Yolandie got to pull. Yeah, she's got to pull that teep back quicker. She's getting caught a lot. She's got to push it out there and pull it back quick. Nice use of the jab, but Devin's countering nicely now. She's really getting through with that left hand. Using her southpaw stance effectively, getting through with that left down the pipe. Devin, the slightly quicker fighter, more explosive. Yolandie not as explosive, but using her range effectively.
It seems to be a trait of the Nakeng Muay Thai fighters. They're very methodical. They don't blow their gasket too early, and they seem to fight at one pace consistently throughout the fight. Yolandie Botha, no different to Paul Kombol that we saw earlier, winning a split decision up against Luan.
Yeah, you know what they say, slow and steady can win the race. But sometimes you've got to have that urgency when there's a little bit of doubt in your mind on who's winning. If you're winning by miles, then 100%. But if there's a little bit of doubt in your mind, you've got to get that urgency, and you're going to have to start pushing the pace and being more aggressive. That's one thing about Muay Thai is, you know when you're winning and you know when you're losing. And when you're losing, you need to do something about it.
It's not as though you've got to hit the panic station, but you certainly got to hit that accelerator.
Yeah, you've got to be more aggressive. You've got to push forward. You're punching first in this game it's what it's about. And, there's nothing for free in Muay Thai. If you get kicked, you've got to kick back. If you get punched, you've got to punch back. You've got to make sure that your opponent knows that nothing's for free.
Well, as you mentioned, punching first is what the game is all about. But now we're seeing a sweep in terms of the scoring method, that the judges are paying a lot more attention to punches as opposed to just the traditional old school Muay Thai rules, which was kicks being the big scorers and punches amounting to nothing. Now you're seeing punches getting valued as much as kicks, which is certainly going to come into play down the line when the Germans take to the ring, because they're all K1 specialists, heavy on the hands.
Well, I think in all the non-Thai countries, Thai is a very kick-dominant style. They're very kick-dominant. All the Western countries in Europe, South Africa as well. We are a very boxing-dominant Muay Thai style. Even the Dutch are the Dutch K1. So we are very boxing dominant, and it makes sense. I mean, if you're landing something, whether it's a punch or kick, it's a point. So I'm glad they've made those changes. Because it's hard when you come from a boxing base to start using your hands to set up your kicks. If you're landing a good solid jab every shot and the judges aren't scoring it, it's very hard to win a fight with your punches not being scored. So I'm glad they've made those changes.
Yeah, there seems to be a certain amount of absurdity involved in the fact that, well, if I can knock you out with my hands, why do you not care about the fact that I'm landing them?
Yeah, before they used to judge you on damage done with hands. Only damaging punches were scored.
Devin close with a sweep to the floor.
Yeah, Yolandie's got to pull that teeth back quicker. She's got to get her kicks out of there. She can't leave them out there.
So now the method of pulling your kick back, what is it? Is it a jarring motion of the leg?
Well, as you make contact, get it down to the floor ASAP.
Pretty straight and simple.
Yeah, and when you teep, you've got to pull your leg back. You can't just drop it. If you just drop it, your opponent's going to catch.
Round number 3 is where we are. 1:30 remaining. 2 minutes around.
Devin needs to start relying on that power left hand when Yolandie comes forward. She's very susceptible to that left. She had good success with that left hand earlier, and she's not using it now, but she's landing well with the kicks. That counter left of hers does well against Yolandie.
Devin Ray
again.
Not afraid to get stuck in straight in the middle. She's not hard to find, that's for sure.
With that many tattoos, I can guarantee she doesn't mind the pain.
Of course, she is a tattoo artist. A lot of people in Cape Town have been through her caring hands in terms of artwork, and she's trying to paint a different picture on Yolandie Botha right now.
Good aggression there by Devin. Now taking the fight to Yolandie, really pushing the pace.
Nice high kick from Devin Ray, close, kind of parried off by Yolandie Botha.
Little mistakes, foot placement before they're kicking. Losing a lot of power. But these are all things you can work on later, adjustments you can make. Some good work inside, good solid knees.
And that was the pull of the head down to the position where Devin Ray Close could detonate a knee to the forehead of Yolandie Botha.
Let's not forget this is a 5-rounder, so they're going to have to push hard the last 2 rounds in those championship rounds.
And that's exactly what Devin Ray is doing. She is starting to push the pace.
And these are the championship rounds. This is where the title fights matter. When you get to round 4 and 5, and you've got to do what the other fighters don't get a chance to do.
She has a smile on her face. She's sitting in the corner listening to her coach. Good vibes coming out of the corner from Devin Ray Close. As opposed to the difference being Yolandie Botha, all business, steely stare straight down the middle. Of course, her coach is Russell de Villiers out of Nakeng Muay Thai. As we look at some of the highlights from the 3rd round.
Devin throwing lots of nice counters. I love the way she's countering with her kicks. Yolandie's coming through, but she's coming back immediately with something, keeping on her toes, landing effectively. It's not about how hard you land. As long as you land, you're scoring points. It's important. People forget.
We also see a bit of a shift now because, Yolandie Botha, very much the person who was walking forward in the first 2 rounds. Yeah. Now Devin Ray is the one who made all the moves forward in the 3rd round. Let's see what she brings out in the 4th round. Is it going to be more of the same? She looks happy. She doesn't look like she's gassed. She's talking to her coach. So those are all good signs about
Both
the lung capacity.
Very calm, very collected. One of the things people forget about the corner is you've got to be able to absorb information. You've got to pay attention, listen to your coach. Your coach can see things that you're not quite aware of. When you're in a firefight, you're kind of distracted in the sense that you pick up on, you miss out on a lot of things. Foot placement, body positioning, openings. So you've got to be able to listen to your coach and capitalize and come out and make adjustments the next round.
A longer than usual break. It's 2-minute intervals in between each round.
That's right.
And you got to ask why. Well, in case you're cut on the face over both eyebrows, you're going to need more time to fix that mess up.
I'm a big fan of the 2-minute rest because, you know, you get way more action out of your fighters. The guys push a lot harder, a lot more recovery. And if you do get cuts, like you said, you have more time to stop the bleeding, which makes for a longer fight.
Here we go, round number 4 underway in Cape Town. TFP 3 is what we're all watching right now. And the two ladies in the middle are vying for the vacant South African Featherweight Championship. Devin Gouws in the red, Yolandie Botha in the blue.
Yeah, this is a very, 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 very hard fight to score. I wouldn't like to be in the judges' seats. There's a lot of to and fro. Devin needs to be more active.
There hasn't been a lot of feinting, a lot of flinching. The ladies have been pretty honest about what they want to do.
Yeah. You know, when they throw when they're ready to throw. You know, feints are such an important part of this game. You kind of get a flinch reflex, and from that flinch reflex, you can set your offense up behind it. You have to play the feint game.
Just having a look at the general condition of the legs of both fighters. Devin Ray seemingly the redder of the two, but I think that's more from her throwing kicks as opposed to taking the damage.
Yeah, and some people bruise easier. You know, it's everybody's different. Some people bruise easier, some people have better circulation. So the more you hit it, the redder it gets. Different strokes for different folks.
It's all about body type, and this is a fine example. Taller versus shorter. Long game versus inside game. Aggressor is Devin Gouws.
2 seconds holding, eh?
Also, you know, when it comes to legs, the conditioning, the amount of times you get kicked in your legs in training, conditioning the skin, conditioning the muscle, conditioning the nerves, it plays a big part to how your legs react in a fight when you start taking damage with no shin pads. People forget, you know, we wear shin pads in training, and all of a sudden you're getting kicked with no shin pads. It's a game changer.
Spinning elbow from Yolandie Botha. Round number 4 is in the can. Tough round to score.
Very hard round to score. I'm glad I'm commentating and not judging.
Certainly not as definitive as what I saw in round number 3. You know, we thought, was there going to be a turning of the tide? Looks like Yolandie Botha just kept that same gears, kept it going, was consistent in her output. Devin Gouws being the one standing closer, trying to catch and kick, trying to block and fend.
Yeah, Yolandie has to work. You know, that tip of hers keeps getting caught. She really has to. She's got to ask herself a question: why does my tip keep getting caught? And make an adjustment. Pull that leg back quicker, stab it out faster, lift the knee higher. Whatever it is, you know, each fight is different. But it's one of the things I try and teach my guys is you got to be able to identify the problem. And I can't give you everything when you're fighting. You've got to be able to identify the problem and have a solution. And she keeps getting caught on that tip. She needs to flick it out and pull it back really fast to avoid being caught.
Improvise, adapt, and overcome. You've got to do it 100%. On the fly, and your examination is live and it's physical.
It can be painful.
Painful lessons get taught in this ring.
That's how my guys, pain is a great teacher.
Oh yeah. Devin Gouws coming out of the gym, camp fight. David Dornbrack, her coach. She's in good company, good selection of sparring partners, ladies that she has in the gym that she can go rounds with.
Yeah, that's the one thing I love about Cape Town. You know, I'm from Durban. I basically have the only Muay Thai gym in Durban, but in Cape Town there are so many top Muay Thai coaches. They've all been to Thailand, they've trained there, they've traveled, they've fought. It's so nice to see such a Cape Town's like the capital of Muay Thai in South Africa. It's awesome to see. Really, really good to see.
Of course, yours the domination gym up in KZN. You need some competition, so if you're in KZN, start opening some Muay Thai gyms.
Please, please. Yeah, let's see, this is final round. We need a bit of action. These girls need to start. Someone's got to take this fight. They've got to take it and put an exclamation mark on it. Devin looks like she's the one that wants to do it.
Who's got more in the tank? And it looks like it's Devin Gouws.
Definitely showing the urgency. But in that urgency, you've got to be careful not to drop those hands and get caught with a lucky shot. You have to keep those hands up.
She has. She's kept those hands up throughout the whole fight as Devin Ray close. I've been mighty impressed with her ability to defend the top half of her body.
Yeah, good defense gives you good offense. If you maintain a solid defense.
Talk.
Devin Ray signaling to the ref there for some reason. I'm not sure if that was anything to be worried about. That was an attempted elbow over the top by Yolandie Botha.
Yolandie coming back. I don't know if maybe Devin pushed a little bit hard in the beginning of that round. It looks like she's, you know, they fight and they have a little breather, then they fight and they have a little breather. It's like a tit for tat kind of game at the moment.
Also kind of respectful. Their breaks are equal. As we approach 30
This is
seconds
going to be a
left
really
in this
hard fight to
championship
score.
fight. Yeah, exactly. Hard fight to score. You wouldn't want it any other way. We've got to make these judges work.
I'm seeing a lot of urgency with Devin Ray. She's pushing the pace. You know, there once again with that teep. Oh, really good head kick there.
And that's what the judges are going to be paying good attention to.
Yolandie looks so calm, you know, nothing phases her. She's really cool, calm, collected. She really needs to kind of like get in there and start doing some damage.
We'll
There
let
we go.
the crowd take you in. The fight
Really
comes
good
to
fight.
an end.
Really good fight.
Excellent exhibition of championship fighting at the top of the Pro-Am ladder in South Africa's featherweight division.
Not in place. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give both of these ladies a massive round of applause. Presenting the belt to the winner will be the co-president of the South African Muay Thai organization, Nicholas Radley. And this trilogy has officially been put to bed. We have a unanimous decision after 3 rounds of action. Going to the judges' scorecards, your winner and new South African featherweight champion, Devin Ray! Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the international section, the Continental Collision. We have a visiting team from Germany who have flown in to take on a team made up of African combatants, and this is the first of those 5 bouts. Ladies and gentlemen, the following bout, pro rules, 5 by 3 minute rounds in the 66.67 kilogram welterweight division. Introducing to you first, standing 1.74 meters tall, weighing in at 66.3 kilograms and fighting out of the blue corner. With a professional record, 8 wins, 5 losses, 3 draws, 2 of those wins coming by way of a knockout. He fights out of Tyholics, Hamburg, Germany. Please welcome Crispin Ramis. Introducing his opponent, standing 1.7 meters tall, weighing in at 66.05 kilograms. A perfect professional record, 37 wins and no losses. He fights out of the Domination Gym, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Please welcome Nkazimulo, Zulu boy, Zulu.
rules. I want you to protect yourself at all times. I want you to listen to my instructions at all times. You want to touch gloves? You can touch gloves now. Let's go back to corner.
There we go, the first of our international bouts here at TFP 3. The Continental Collision has begun. Awaiting round 1 of 5, 3 minutes per round. It's going to be helter-skelter stuff. Nkazimulo, Zulu boy Zulu, up against Crispin Ramis, who is from Hamburg in Germany.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Zulu, obviously one of my fighters, but I'd already committed to commentating, so couldn't corner him. So I got one of my guys down to help.
Okay, gloves good.
To corner.
Yeah. Into a corner.
Heavily experienced. He's got experience in mixed martial arts. As a South African perspective, that's what he's known for.
Okay,
but
judges, you ready?
He's got a deep Muay Thai history as well.
K1 Kyokushin from when he was a little kid.
Judges, you ready?
Fighting massive weight division up, but he's one of those, he doesn't care.
Guys,
He'll fight anywhere, anytime.
And neither does Crispin Ramis. You know, I asked him the question, why do you do this? Is it for money? Is it for titles? He goes, I just do it because I like it.
Obviously, yeah, we've got Southpaw Orthodox again. You'll see Zulu moves very well. He's got great footwork, quick in, quick out. We've got to see how Crispin deals with that movement.
Rib tickler, rib checker, whatever you want to call it. It was Nkazimulo Zulu doing the damage there. Zulu being aggressive in his endeavors. Good check there by Zulu.
I see Crispin now pushing forward. He's got to maintain the forward pressure with Zulu if he wants to limit that movement. If he doesn't move forward, Zulu's going to move. He's not going to be able to catch him.
So typically in a Muay Thai fight, professional level, 5 rounds of 3 minutes. The first 3 rounds are kind of feelers outers.
Correct.
You know?
Yeah, you normally take the first 2 minutes. First 2 minutes, get a feel for what the guy's going to do. You know, they're from Germany. We don't know them very well. They don't know us very well. So you got to get a feel for what your opponent's game plan and style is, and capitalize on that as much as you can. Zulu doing very well to counter, taking advantage of Crispin's aggression.
And here's the thing, as mentioned previously, the German fighters come with a K1 heavy background.
100%.
They're not used to the knees, the elbows.
100%.
This is all new territory.
Well,
for them.
you know, they come from Thai-holics. So Thai-holics have got a solid Muay Thai. So Thai-holics Germany, they've got a solid Muay Thai coach. They've got a real depth of experience. These guys, they know what they're doing. They've been fighting. They've been around for a while.
Of course, the coach there, Till Gores, from Hamburg's Muay Thai gym, Thai-holics. Nut shots, the first one of the evening that we've been able to see.
Yeah, the thing in Muay Thai, you got steel boxes, so it hurts the kick as much as it hurts the guy that got kicked in the nuts.
Fair exchange, one could say.
Yeah, Zulu needs to use his hands to set up his legs, which he's doing well. Crispin needs to do the same. He used to use his hands more, set up his legs behind it. He's just playing the kicking game at the moment. And Zulu's, I think, already getting a feel for that. You see he's counter-punching on the kick every time.
Wow, and the elbow just buzzing past Zulu's face.
Beautiful. See, now Zulu's waiting for him to come in with the aggression and trying to set up the elbows. Crispin's having a lot of fun.
Big smile on his face.
Having a lot of fun. He looks like he likes the hard grinding fights.
You know, yesterday when I gave him a bit of an interview while he was getting his blood pressure checked by the medics, he's quite a fun guy to be around. He's got a good sense of humor.
Yeah, he looks like he's got good energy.
Yeah.
You know, you'll find that about, all the guys that compete in Muay Thai. It's a very unique individual that gets into the sport. It's probably one of the toughest sports from a training perspective, from a skill set perspective. You know, you're getting hit with knees, elbows, kicks. The conditioning's hard. The type of people that do this are a very unique bunch of people. I promise you, there's no egos in the sport. There really isn't. You know, the guys that compete in Muay Thai, you'll find are probably the least ego. They're going to have the least ego you've ever seen in your life. They just love fighting. They love the competition and the spirit of it. And there's so much culture and tradition behind it as well. You know, it's about sportsmanship and just enjoying combat.
So if you don't know any fighters and you come across one, give them a chance. Give her a chance. Maybe they're going to be the best friends you'll ever make. Not necessarily the ruffians that everybody makes fighters out to be. And I think it is because they get to release that stress in the gym every day. They get to do all of that physical torture to themselves in the ring. And it's when it comes to like the streets and all that kind of thing, they shy away from it because why should they do it?
No reason. There's no purpose in fighting in the streets.
They get their kicks in the gym, and that's what they're here for. And that's what the Germans have come here for. It's a working holiday for them, and we're glad that now we can reopen our borders and have our German friends back to South Africa. Of course, they love this country, especially Cape Town. And here we have 5 who are going to be doing a little bit of war before they get to go and see all the sights that Cape Town has to offer.
Yeah, I was busy watching Zulu, just the replay now with Zulu versus Crispin. And it's a nice mix of styles. You know, Crispin's got an aggressive Muay Thai style. He likes to throw knees, throwing a very dominant kick game. Where Zulu's fighting a very technical game. He's the smaller guy. He's moving a lot, trying to avoid taking damaging kicks and punches. And he's doing it effectively at the moment. Let's hope he can keep it up. He's got that Mew for Mew style, very technical, a lot of movement. So I hope he can keep this up. He's doing well. So far, doing really well for the first round. But there's still 4 rounds to go.
What you might have noticed is the body language, of course, in the corners. Crispin Ramis standing up. Nkazimulo Zulu taking his time and using that stool.
Okay, fighters. Judges, you ready? Fighters to the center.
Round number 2, and away we go here at C.
I think you're going to see Zulu put a lot more pressure on now. Yeah.
I was about to say, you could see Zulu moving forward straight away.
Yeah, that was the game plan, was round 1 feel and then just really wear him down with pressure without taking damage. Be calculated, score.
Great counter strike there by Zulu Boy from the left-hand side.
Doing really well. Crispin needs to use his teep more like he did there. Don't allow Zulu to get into that range.
And it's a good teep. He seems to also make use of that toe like a dagger.
Yeah. Well, that's the aim of the teep. I always, when I explain it to my fighters, you're stabbing them with your toes, with the ball of your big toe. Zulu using his southpaw stance very well. Coming through, stepping off that front line, getting through with his left hand. And he's catching Crispin a lot with that. Crispin really has to throw more straight punches.
Crispin's not hard to find. He's standing in the pocket. He's willing to trade. And I think he's also trying to get in close enough because he has got a damaging elbow that he likes to bring over the top.
He's got a good technical Muay Thai game. When Zulu gets too aggressive, he throws those elbows very well. Throws the knees really well when Zulu gets aggressive. That's why, Zulu's got to be careful. He's got to be what I like to call passive aggressive. He's got to push the pace without taking damage. Very nice, well done.
TFP 3, the Continental Collision, is well underway. We're in round number 2, Zulu versus Ramis, the opening bout of the international segment of the card.
I like the way Crispin's moving forward a lot.
Again, complaints of a shot south of the border. Referee not necessarily buying it. He hasn't signaled anything just yet, although he is walking over to Zulu Boy and asking him to keep it up.
I think the problem comes a lot of the times when they kick together at the same time and there's that level change. It's not like they're standing still, so
it's not easy to manage, especially when 2 active fighters are making so much movement inside the pocket, shifting southpaw to orthodox.
That's the problem, you see. So Zulu moves to that. He plays the foot battle to the outside, and then that left kick tends to go a little bit further than it should.
Zulu Boy just showing a very dangerous teep kick that he possesses himself.
Yeah, he's got a very, very good teep. And his knee game, you'll see in round 4 and 5, the knees will start coming out.
The party tricks, as they call them.
Yeah, the game plan was to wear him down and then finish him in round 4 and 5. So let's see if that materializes the way we want it to.
Wow!
Beautiful scissor knee, beautiful. Crispin playing a bit of possum there. Very well done. Beautiful.
Crispin Ramis wore that head kick well, but now the damage is done. He is down on the floor. The corner is jumping into the ring. I'm not sure if they're allowed to do that. I'm not sure if this is allowed to be done here. The corner of the Germans has jumped into the ring. He's remonstrating with the referee. Not in the spirit of the game. I don't know what he's complaining about.
No, I think he's complaining that the ref didn't stop it early enough. I think that's what he was saying. Yeah, he has to have a count.
But the
ref is right. The ref has to stop the fight first.
The fight hasn't been waved off. Am I allowed to assume that?
Yes. Coach jumped in. It's basically throwing in the towel.
Highly unorthodox. I've never seen that before in all my years covering the sports of boxing or Muay Thai.
As a ref, and I did my referee's course in Thailand. you need to make sure that the other fighter is not still attacking. So you've got to separate them before you can stop the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes at 2 minutes and 56 seconds of round number 2, declaring your winner by knockouts from South Africa, Nkazimulo, Zulu boy, Zulu.
You're the night sky, trying to make me see your stars. But the dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. And the dark's all that I see. And your stars have burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky, hiding behind dark gray clouds. I can't figure you out now. I see all blue. There is so much cold in you. south. I'll find valid in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following bout to go a distance of 5 by 3 minute rounds in the 79.38 light heavyweights division. Welcome first to the ring, standing 1.9 meters tall and fighting out of the blue corner. Tipping the scales at 78.95 kilograms with a professional record, 22 wins, 5 losses, 5 of those wins coming by way of a knockout. He fights out of Tyholics, Hamburg, Germany, presenting Evans Witte. And his opponent standing 1.8 meters tall, tipping the scales at a lean and ready 77.95 kilograms. A perfect professional record, 7 wins, no losses, 6 of those wins coming by way of a knockout. He fights out of Iron Tiger in Cape Town, South Africa, by way of Misrata City, Libya. Please welcome Lamin, the Desert Lion, Souayah. Bout number 8, the Continental Collision continues. And here we have fan favorite Lamin Souayah from Misrata City in Libya. Welcome to all the Libyan fans who are tuning in on YouTube, watching us live right now. Ivan's Witte, long, lean, tall, against the squat power player. The man who got a lot of people on his side through his famous war that he had with Andy Pagado at TFP 1. It's TFP 3. Are we going to see more of the same, or is the height difference going to be the equalizer?
That was a great fight with Andy. It's, you know, I want to see how Evan's height converts to explosiveness and speed. Let's see. Like I said, the Germans are a little bit of an unknown. You'll have to figure him out as he goes, but I know this is going to be a great fight. Lamin has got some crazy kicks on him, some crazy speed and good cardio. We know he can go 5 rounds and a wall.
No, he was an absolute tank on the scale when we looked at him, and he seems to have rehydrated even bigger. And he starts playing the power game straight away.
Very nice start to this fight. Evan's trying to maintain distance. I think he's going to play the long game, use his height to his advantage. But Lamin not scared to come forward. That's one thing we know. He'll walk forward, he'll take shots. He's a warrior. Oh, and he gets dropped.
He got Chen straight away.
Ooh,
he seems to be in
down.
trouble. I think he hit his head on the back of the canvas as well. He's being tended to by the referee, and it looks for all purposes like this fight might be over.
No, his neck went into spasm there from that shot.
That is it. The referee has called a halt to the contest. Lamin Souayah takes his first loss on his professional
The ref did call
career.
the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes at 36 seconds of round number 1, declaring your winner by way of a knockout from Germany, Ivan's Witte.
sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts, but you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't want to die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't want to say goodbye.
We're back live. It's TFP3 from Cape Town, South Africa, with the remaining bouts of the Continental Collision. And the following bout to go a distance 5 by 3 minute rounds. Pro rules, a catch weight of 83 kilograms even. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, standing 1.82 meters tall and weighing in at 83 kilograms even. With a professional record, 19 wins, 9 losses, 4 of those wins coming by way of a knockout. He fights out of Gladiator Gym, Hamburg in Germany. Please welcome Florian Kröger. His opponent, standing 1.81 meters tall, tipped the scales at 82.75 kilograms. With a record of 13 wins and just a single loss, he fights out of Tyholics, Cape Town, South Africa. Please welcome Adrian Sparks Van Veen. As the fighters approach the center, of course, if you're watching us live on YouTube, congratulations, you found us. Please share the link with your friends. Bang them a little WhatsApp with what you're about to see tonight. Of course, it's always free on YouTube. Follow us on Facebook, Tyholics Fight Promotions. Instagram, Tyholics_fight_promotions. Stay with the play. And also the next event, TFP4. Full swing, 14th of May, 2022, back here at Grand West Casino. Ncedo Gomba from South Africa will face Pascal Amoroso from Italy for an international title. It's going to be a mixed card, pros, pro-ams, and amateurs, and other fights worthy of mention. Of course, Lamin Souayah is going to be coming back against Andy Pagado for an African title, while Jamie Tillison takes on Kristen Clark for the South African pro-am female title. Of course, we got hoodies and t-shirts and merch for sale. Admin at tyholics.com. Sparks Van Veek, Florian Kröger into the fray here.
There's a lot of experience in this ring, yeah. A lot of experience.
And it's a lot of K1 experience from both guys that are now in Muay Thai.
Yeah, it's just nice. I think these guys want to fight. Whether it's K1 Muay Thai, they want to fight. And it's nice to have a tournament happening. This, of course, being the first tournament with a crowd. It's so nice to have people here. Bit of atmosphere, bit of vibe. Awesome.
Absolutely. The comments around the arena that I've been hearing, people have been absolutely mind-blown by what they've seen. 2 quick finishes, relatively, in the first part of the international section. And then, of course, 36 seconds in the last, left Lamin Souayah twitching on the floor.
Yeah, you know, I think people need to always remember that the fighters always come first. We want them to carry on fighting. So when there's bad knockouts like that, you have basically, as much as they're warriors and they want to keep fighting, if they've got a concussion, you can't let them fight on. It's just not worth it.
Got to save a man from himself sometimes as the
100%.
referee.
These guys are all warriors. They're not going to back down.
Florian Kröger in the blue trunks, fighting Adrian Van Veek in the red trunks as they get stuck in. Round number 1. 5 rounds of 3, of course. Pro rules Muay Thai.
Kröger's got some good power in those kicks. He really turns those hips in the kick. You know, Sparks needs to make sure he defends with his leg and not his arms, because those arms are going to be sore tomorrow if he keeps defending like that. Start checking those kicks. There's a lot of power in Kröger's legs.
You know, Adrian Van Veek, I've watched a lot in his career in the Western Cape coming up. You know, fought out of a very famous gym that produced a crop of a lot of really good stand-up fighters, Andy Pagado being one of them, Adrian Van Veek being another, and that was, of course, Tricor. Now, Adrian Van Veek finds himself at Tyholics, learning Muay Thai to take part in this event, and may it long last.
Very patient. I like the way he moves forward very patiently, sits just outside of range, almost baiting Florian to throw, and looking for those counters. Very intelligent fighting from him. I like his style. Very calm, collected, doesn't seem flustered. Just got to keep those hands up. You can't be lazy with those hands.
Also very solid on his feet is Adrian Van Veek. Not a lot of excessive movement from him. You know, he's generally quite honest in what he's going to bring to the table.
Yeah. No, he's got to be careful of Florian's head kicks. His legs are very flexible. He throws those kicks up very fast. If those hands are low, he's going to be in trouble.
Leg kicks, the order of the day from Adrian Van Veek.
That's the one. That's exactly what I was talking about. He's got to keep those hands a little bit higher. I see too much of this boxing only and then kicking. Those hands and legs have got to flow.
Hand-heavy fighters here at TFP3, the Continental Collision. Of course, I just said there's going to be a TFP4. We can't wait for that event. This event has gone off so well. It's been so well received by the people here, being able to watch live. And hopefully we're going to be able to have more of you fit in here because, you know, as these restrictions start to relax on us, we get more involved in live sport again. And of course, get these fighters, their names out there, get them known by more people live. That's the ultimate goal, is promotion and fighters come first.
And this, you know, the venue at Grand West Casino is incredible. We can fit so many people in here. They just lift the restrictions and allow people to come out and have a bit of fun, enjoy some good fights. I think we'll put on a great event. I think Tyholics TFP is going to do some incredible things going forward with Muay Thai. I'm loving it.
As is the live crowd, as is me in my chair. I'm on the edge of my seat with every single fight. They've all been technically brilliant. They've been damaging. There's been good power. We've seen the knockouts come as soon as the crash helmets, the elbow guards, and the socks come off, and it's pro rules. And this is what it's all about. But this fight seems to have started a little bit more in the traditional way, a lot more measured. They both play the power game, but neither guy really ready to commit to any kind of full-on onslaught.
Yeah, Sparks is being clever though. He's pushing forward very, very patiently, forcing Kröger to stay very, very tight on his defense, not allowing him to just go wild, because you can see he's counter-punching him. But that pressure, it eventually has its toll. It takes its toll on you, because you get tired just from that pressure. Always going backwards, always keeping your hands up, not knowing when you're going to get punched. So I think he's playing a very good game plan. Yeah.
So the first two German fighters that you saw in the ring were from Thai Holox in Hamburg, coached by Gil Torres, and then now it's going to be same city, Hamburg, but Gladiator Gym. So there's a few gyms out there in Germany teaching the art of Muay Thai.
So nice to have this international competition coming to South Africa. Really, really good to see. When you're constantly fighting South Africans, you always fight the same guys. You're fighting similar opponents, and eventually you start getting to know each other's styles. Getting some international flavor in brings a whole different facet to the game.
Fighters meet in the middle, round number 2, and away they go. Kröger versus Van Beek.
Adrian's got to start checking those kicks.
It's not bothersome right now for him, but who knows, 2 rounds from now, it could be making the difference.
Adrian's definitely winning the boxing game, and Kröger's winning the kicking game. So
there's also a little side story happening here. The inside leg of Florian Kröger's lead heavy leg, and that will be his left, is starting to get marked up quite badly.
They're both getting those little welts on the outside of the leg.
Catch and kick. Adrian van Beek saw that one coming a mile away. Wow, and that just buzzes past Adrian's face. He did very well to do a bit of a matrix and get out of there. Fighters hug it up towards the ropes. Back
It's a very good fight. Very, very good fights. I'm enjoying this. Adrian really keeping the pressure on him. Look at the counter-punching really, really well. Waiting for Kröger to lunge in and just kind of sitting behind him, coming back with a counter.
It feels very high stakes. It feels like neither guy wants to make that ultimate mistake and go the same way of their first 2 fights.
And they
we
both
saw
got
in the
power.
international section.
They both got power, as we saw in the previous 2 fights. And it just takes one shot, and you can be asleep and the fight's over. So you really got to keep your defense tight, and you got to be clever with your offense.
10-ounce gloves are on the hands of these 2 combatants.
Beautiful body work up to the top, very nice there by Van Beek. Working the high, low, high, very nice. Yeah, he's keeping Kröger thinking, which is good. He's really keeping him thinking.
But another thing that I think is making this fight so attractive.
I think that leg kick did a bit of damage there. Adrian felt that.
The power that these guys possess is pretty much equal to each other, and they're able to take each other's power. I'd like to see this go 5 rounds. I think it's going to be a thunderous end if it does.
I think Adrian's fighting definitely a weight division or 2 above where he should be fighting. He looks like one of those tough guys that just doesn't give a damn. If you look at the size difference, there's a big size difference between the 2 guys.
Sparks Van Beek, a long history in stand-up fighting in the Western Cape. Florian Kröger, all the way from Hamburg in Germany. It's all action here through round number 2.
Yeah, you got to be careful of those elbows inside. You got to neutralize those elbows. What's really, really nice about these events that TFP is putting on, all of these events are internationally sanctioned by WMO. So, you know, there's world titles on the line, there's pro-am titles, there's amateur titles. Every single event here that Nick's been putting on has been sanctioned by the WMO. So it's really, really cool to know that you're fighting it for an organization that's recognized all over the world.
Yeah, international organizations, international recognition that we need to have in the sport in South Africa. You know, we've got South Africa's Muay Thai organization that's doing the work on the ground. And then, of course, you know, to get those world title fights here, to get those international title fights here, to get those African title fights here, you've got to have somebody just like the WMO to come in and make it all legitimized for us.
Yeah, so I think, you know, once we've had a couple of events and we've got a couple of SA champs holding titles in their weight divisions, and they make the world rankings, we're probably going to see a couple of international world title fights happening. You know, South Africans going and fighting all over, winning other belts. And that's the nice thing, you know, once we've got a couple of SA champs or African champs, things start getting exciting. They get exciting for the fighters, for the tournament, for the level of competition that's going to come to South Africa. So I'm super excited to see where this goes. Yeah, these 2-minute rest between rounds is really, really good for the fighters. Allow them to recover nicely. I really like it. You know, it allows them to put on a better show. You see a lot more energy during the rounds.
Kröger's got his fans here in the crowd.
So far, Germany, South Africa, it's 1-1, eh? South Africa 1, Germany 1.
5 fights, so yeah, we're going to have a definitive end of this last one ends in a draw.
This is going to be interesting. This is the tiebreaker at the moment. Let's hope Sparks can pull it off. Both of them still look very sharp. Energy levels are good. Intelligent boxing. Adrian's getting those punches through, eh? He's sneaking them through the guard. Really nice.
Stiff hybrid right hook that came through onto the chin of Florian Kröger. But he took it well. He is wearing it well.
Oh, beautiful elbow. Adrian's starting to put that pressure on nicely. He's hurt his hand there. I think Adrian hurt his hand. He's got to start checking those kicks.
Oh, and that was a direct contact, a spinning heel kick from Florian Kröger.
Adrian putting great pressure. That pressure is really exhausting, Florian. You can see Florian's really struggling with all the pressure. Spark so composed. He's so tough. So tough. I mean, you look at that face. He's not showing anything. He's just enigmatic, walking forward, giving damage, taking damage.
Neither guy giving an inch. They're both standing and taking what they have to offer each other.
I love the way Adrian's attacking the body. That's the game. If you've got to attack that body for the head to open up, beautiful, sneaking that right hand through. Kröger coming back with that dominant kicking game.
And thrown to the ground for his trouble by Adrian Sparks.
That's not a legal throw. That was a trip from the back. He needs to keep this pressure. Adrian's doing really, really well.
Wow. Oh! Was absolutely mowed down by a big right hook from Adrian van Beek.
That was a really good shot. Adrian not even breathing heavy.
Excessive twitching is what we saw. You're always worried when you see that. We saw it with Lamin in the fight before.
Yeah, he recovered fast.
But he was spaghetti leg for sure.
He's got to keep the pressure on now. He's really got to stay on top of him and set up some nice combos. Yes, there you go. Right, set up those combos. Florian needs to use that teep. He's got to keep Adrian away from him. He's got to use his kick dominant game and keep Adrian away from him.
He's not scouting that right hand that keeps coming through from Van Beek.
He's not doing anything about it. That's it. He's got to move and use that teep. He has to keep that teep going and he's not doing it. He's losing the boxing game and he's allowing Adrian to get into boxing range. So when you allow that to happen, no, good things aren't going to happen. Only bad things are going to happen. Adrian really getting inside nice and tight now. That pressure's exhausting him.
Yeah, he really has closed the distance and he's trapping the cornered Florian Kröger.
Florian's going to have a hard 4th and 5th round, I think. Because Adrian doesn't look tired at all, not even breathing heavy. Very composed, very collected, cool, calm. Real tough customer. You know, normally when you see the fighters get in the ring, they've normally done a weight cut and they're lean and shredded. And Adrian looks like he just decided, like, last minute, okay, now I'm taking this fight. He's got that toughness about him. Anywhere, anytime, let's have a fight.
That's what they'll all tell you, his friends in the streets of Paul, where he came up and sparks the name because
I can imagine.
he's an electrician by trade.
I can imagine. You can just see. You know, he's not intimidated by punches, knees, elbows coming at him. Stays calm, collected. And when you can do that, you just don't use energy. Your body just stays calm. Your breathing's calm. You know, you don't allow that adrenaline to get the better of you.
So we just looked at that throw, illegal. Why?
Because it's from the back. So you're not allowed, in Muay Thai, you're not allowed to throw from the back. So you can trip and sweep if I'm facing him, but it was basically a throw over his hip from the back.
Now there, you saw him kind of stiffen out his leg, his hip jarred out of place. I wonder if that caused as much trouble, of course, as the minor disconnect between brain and limbs.
Yeah, that's a flash. You know, you get kicked in the temple, and they have that like slight blackout where your body it happens a lot, but some people recover really quick from it. It looks really, really bad, but some people, those are the tough guys. They always recover fast from that.
Florian Kröger went spaghetti on us midway through that round, and it seems to be the domination coming from Adrian van Beek, and it's building. It's this music that just gets louder and louder and louder. And here we go into a new round.
A little short circuit of the brain there. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting round. You know, Adrian doesn't look tired at all. He literally looks like he's starting round 1 now. So Florian's going to have a tough 2 rounds ahead of him.
Kröger, one tough German man. He's standing there. He's willing it on, and they're ready to go to war again on each other.
Yeah, it's still, you know, it's a very much a boxing dominant game. Adrian using his kicks, throwing them every now and then. Florian very kick dominant, not punching much. You know, it's
straight back into business. The crowd switched on as soon as the music started. As soon as that bell rang.
such a good fight. Such a good fight to watch. You know, it's that clash of styles. Very nice to the body, hit to the body. Florian's doing well now. You know, the minute Adrian's getting inside, he's closing everything up, clinching. But he needs to be offensive. When he's in that clinching, those knees need to go. Oh, good right hand down the pipe.
Finds its home once again.
Setting up those punches so well, Adrian.
Right hand, right kick, upstairs, downstairs.
Kröger needs to use that teep. He's not using the teep. He's throwing kicks, but not using the teep. If you're not using that teep, then you're allowing Adrian to get close enough to throw those punches.
Oh, and that right hand.
Beautiful.
Again, finding a home.
Really, really crisp. You know, he's so precise with his punches. He gets through the holes. I mean, it's not like Florian's not defending himself. He's defending really well. But Adrian's just getting that glove through the gap. So nice and tight.
All about timing. He's just found that perfect rhythm.
And the angle, you know, he's putting his feet. If you watch his foot placement, so good. He's getting into the right place so he can set up good power shots.
And let it be known, Van Beek is another guy who hasn't had a fight in a very long time. He's looking like he's not skipping a beat like he fought last week.
Very, very cool, calm, collected. You know, Florian there used the teep nicely twice. Totally negated Adrian getting inside. He needs to be more effective with those teeps. They actually work well. He's got to use that teep way more.
Kröger taking an inside leg kick around the knee section from Adrian van Beek, who's looking for a home on that right hand. Once again, sets up a double jab. Upstairs, Kröger comes back with a right kick to the thigh, followed by an exact same carbon copy.
Adrian, if you pay attention to what Adrian's doing, you know, he's what I like to call shepherding. He's shepherding Florian right up to the ropes with not throwing massive combos. He just pushes him back. And then the minute Florian hits those ropes, he lets go with big combos. So he's got nowhere to run. He can land more effective shots. Great control of the ring. Great control of his the space. Really, really good to watch. Something I love to teach my guys.
Finally, teeps coming from
There
Florian.
we go. There we go. He has to use more of those. Feint the teep into the knee. Use the teep. See, you shouldn't allow Adrian to get that close. That's not the zone he wants to fight in.
But Adrian's also cutting down that distance, avoiding the ability of Kröger to throw those teeps.
You got to throw them earlier.
Yeah, that's the thing. Time is everything.
Florian
5
catching
seconds.
Adrian with a good shot there. Good little left hook. Florian's still got a lot of fights in him. He's not going anywhere.
4 rounds in the game. He's certainly still hanging with us.
Very good round for Florian. He did well. But Adrian's still putting on a hell of a lot of pressure. Really, really fun to watch.
Conditioning, standing up both of these fighters between rounds. Neither guy huffing or puffing.
Yeah, listen, I'm looking at Adrian and he's just, it's like he's out for a Sunday stroll. It's scary. You know, some guys just have that ability. They've got that natural calmness about them. He's just not even breathing heavy. I mean, if you look at his chest, it's hardly moving. It's just like, this is fun. I'm having such a blast. Thanks, guys.
It also just goes to show the efficiency with which Van Beek approaches the sport. You know, he's very compact. He does very basic things. There's nothing crazy coming out of him. He's not doing spinning kicks. He's not doing spinning elbows. He's barely done anything that what you would call thunderous, but that right hand is what's working, that right kick is what's working, and he is absolutely crushing the distance between him and Florian Kröger.
You know what? He's sticking to his strengths, which is his boxing. So his hands are really, really good. And behind his hands, he's setting up the leg kicks really effectively. So, Florian's got to watch the leg kicks all the time. There's a lot of things he's got to be careful of. I'd really like to see them start, when everyone's that close, throw 3 shots and step in with a knee to the body while the hands are up nice and high. He's over-defending the head. Look for knee options, look for elbow options.
Of course, call Adrian Van Beek economical in his action. What we do have coming up next, very uneconomical, very wild. He does the fancy. Ncedo Gomba is going to be coming up next against Kevin Burmester of Germany. And that is a fight that has stood out on this fight card for the longest amount of time. Both guys very experienced. And it's going to be one of the lighter, faster types of fights that you get out of a lighter division.
Yeah, I love watching Ncedo. He's got such a powerful, explosive and calm style about him. And after watching the last fight, he looked so in shape. He was so calm. Cardio was good. The timing was right. He controlled range well. Being a really short guy, he fights way better inside. But when he gets inside, he's deadly with those knees and elbows. So I'm looking forward to that fight.
Fighters ordered to neutral corners for the beginning of the 5th and final round.
Yeah, the ring very wet. You step on that, you're going to wipe. I don't know why there's water on the mat. Should be in the drum. Now let's see who pushes the pace now. Final round. Boy, that right hand.
Shot. That wasn't a slip.
That was on the water. It was on the water. We just discussed.
Funny, it was a slip at the same time. He took one to the head.
Definitely a punch, but when you can't base yourself, this ring when it gets wet is it can be very slippery. That's why we've got those steel drums to catch the water, and the guys need to use it. They can't allow water to be getting onto the mat, onto the canvas. See there, when he's in there, Adrian needs to be throwing knees to the body. There we go. 2-3 punches, set up that knee, then we're going to see something happening.
That's probably the wildest move he's pulled the whole fight. Kröger's so tough. He's just soaked it right up here in Cape Town.
Oh, even an elbow there. Adrian's letting loose now.
He attempted that in round number 2 and it missed. Now he pulls it out in round number 5.
Oh, beautiful X kick.
Kröger is still here.
Oh, he caught Adrian there. That's the most damage we've seen Adrian take as yet. Very, very nice. Kröger's still got fight on him. He's coming.
I think it affected.
100%. But the thing is, when you're coming forward with that constant aggression, you have to be careful of getting caught with something. It's going to happen because you're in that range and you're walking in down the pipe. There's got to be lateral movement. Defense has got to stay tight. Got to be very careful.
Again, the right hand coming straight through from Adrian Van Beek, a close quarter.
1-2 hook knee would be so good right now. You know, Kröger's defending so high when he boxes because he's taking so much damage. That body's calling for the knee. Knee to the liver, knee to the ribs. Oh! See that K1 coming out.
Took a long time to pull that party trick out of the bag.
That's it. It's 2 down and he's caught him twice.
Just a pity you waited to the last round to bring that one out.
40 seconds to go. Adrian still pushing the pace. Kröger giving it back though. Still got some pep in the step. Adrian starting to look a little tired. Not as crisp in his punches. Not putting as much snap into those punches at the moment. A little bit slower in his movements as well.
He's good at getting that kick up to the throat of Adrian van Beek as well.
You know, Adrian is slowing down defensively as well. So, you know, now's the time to try capitalize. 10 seconds, he's got to push if Florian wants to win this.
The first axe kick caused trouble, the second one caused more trouble, hence the slow movement in this 5th and final round. Bell goes,
what a good fight.
fight.
Really good fight. That was a proper battle of the styles.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds of bell-to-bell action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Your winner coming by way of a split decision victory from South Africa, Adrian Sparks van Beek.
Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no wonder right to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 I can help you If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back live with TFP3, the Continental Collision, and it's now come time for the co-main event of the evening. 5 rounds of professional Muay Thai, 3 minutes a round in the 63.5 super lightweight division. Introducing to you first, standing 1.7 meters tall, weighing in at 63.3 kilograms. An excellent professional record, 36 wins, 7 losses, 2 draws, 14 wins coming by way of a knockout. He fights at a Gladiators Gym, Hamburg in Germany. Please welcome Kevin Burmester. And his opponent standing 1.66 meters tall, scaled in at 62.8 kilograms, a spectacular professional record, 61 wins, 5 losses, 2 draws. He fights out of Iron Tiger in Cape Town, South Africa. Please welcome Ncedo Nintendo Gomba! Ncedo Gomba of South Africa. He's got a busy schedule lined up. You know, he had a fight at the end of last year. This fight tonight, he's coming back in May. TFP 4. It's on the way against supposedly Pascal Amoroso from Italy. Of course, he's got to get through this, and this is no gimme. Kevin Burmester comes with experience.
Listen, I think these guys are just happy to be getting paid to fight again. You know, being a pro fighter is it's a hard, and they're just getting the opportunity to fight regularly. I think these guys are over the moon about that. Ncedo is very, very happy, I'm sure. But this is going to be a nice little test for him before he fights for that. Fights in May for the title again, defends it.
Ncedo Gomba, of course, his record built largely in Asia, largely in China, in Thailand. He's fought in China, he's fought in Korea, and here he is in Cape Town, the lead instructor at Iron Tiger.
No, you can just see the Thailand style. You can identify that Thailand style from a mile away. Very straight up, short stance, cheeky cocky style.
So just like I said, totally uneconomical. He comes in with all the flash.
So yeah, you can see what I was talking about, but that heavy back foot fighting style, light front foot, checking kicks, using the teep effectively. See how he's not allowing him to get inside.
Burmester undid by his own overzealousness on trying to land that kick.
Now you see Burmester coming in with that heavy boxing defense, hands up, hard, tight. Look for Ncedo to pop the elbow up the side there. Oh, that was a wild one. Look for Ncedo to pop those elbows up the middle, exactly like Shane Deacon was earlier.
And you know what the funny thing is? The many looks of Ncedo Gomba, it's kind of like looking at my house cat. Facial expression is always the same.
Ncedo attacking the arms nicely. They're kicking that. You know, guys think, oh, you're kicking the arms, it's blocked. When you feel those shins breaking those forearms, trust me, eventually you don't want to keep those hands anymore. Ncedo doing a great job of attacking those arms with the shins. You know, remember you train with shin pads. All of a sudden when there's no shin pads on, it's a wake-up call. Ncedo, very cool, very composed. See, this is what I talk about, using that teep so effectively. Calm, collected, controlling the range effectively. See, 1 for 1, 1 for 1. Beautiful, really good.
What an elbow from Ncedo Gomba, followed by a spinning elbow.
Taking a lot of damage on those arms. A lot of damage on those arms.
Wow, you can see the
beautiful knee
popping up already on Burmester's shoulder.
Burmester's playing straight into Ncedo's game. You know, Ncedo's is pulling him in, and then catching him on the counter. He needs to be more static. Let Ncedo come to him. If he lets Ncedo come to him, it's a lot harder. Coming forward like that, Ncedo's capitalizing on it.
Gomba putting on a show so far.
A little bit of blood flowing. Looks like that elbow did a bit of damage.
Yeah, it looks like it was worse than initially thought. It's opened up right now.
Yeah, the head bleeds a lot. Sometimes the smallest cut can bleed so much. Doesn't look like it's bothering his eye. I think it's in his hairline. It seems to be spreading around a lot.
But the problem with it being above the eye line is that it's all going to flow down.
Yeah, it looks like it's in the middle. It seems like it's flowing down the middle of his face. Yeah. What happens is if it's in the hairline, sometimes the hair kind of below it trickles straight down in like a direct flow into the eye, then you can't see.
Well, now the bucket wasn't in play and water got poured all over his head.
You see,
and now we made a mess of the corner.
This is a big problem because it's become so slippery, and it's
possibly it means that housework is going to have to be done. Give him a little bit more time to recoup himself. It could have been a ploy from the corner of the Germans.
Yeah, they're going to have to clean that. And then even once you've wiped it, it's already wet. So
optics are everything, and there's water underneath that bucket.
That's also what people don't realize. It's another thing that Nick's done really, really well is those cans make a huge difference. When the ring or the canvas is wet, it's impossible to fight. You've got no traction. You can't cover distance. You can't explode off a mark. Whereas those cans catch all the water, and it makes it so much better for the fight. There's more grip when the guys are exploding off and attacking. So you've got to use those. People don't understand how important those little those buckets are.
It's all fun and games in the corner of Ncedo Gomba. He's as happy as they can come, and he is enjoying himself on Saturday night at the casino, Grand West.
Yeah, that elbow did a bit of damage. It was a bit wobbly after that elbow.
That's probably what caused all of the problems, the claret that's coming out of the top of the head. Kevin Burmester, courtesy.
Looking very calm, breathing easy. What people forget sometimes is it's about getting your heart rate down. You've got to get that heart rate down as low as you can. So breathing is important, but getting that heart rate down to the lowest level that you possibly can is more important, because it's the elevated heart rate that makes you tired.
Round number 2. They're doing the housework in the corner as quick as they can.
It's still very wet. I think they better avoid that corner at all costs.
Referee Genre is ordering them to keep doing the housework. It's not good enough, and also telling them those buckets are there for a reason.
Yeah, Genre, a lot of experience in this game. Probably one of South Africa's most experienced rep. Genre
has his own gym at Woodstock. Trains fighters himself. Back to the action, Gomba versus Burmester. All kinds of drama unfolded in round number 1. Burmester had his head split open by a suspected elbow. He's now in there tough against a marauding and happy fighter that is now
Beautiful elbows off the clinch. Beautiful elbows. Beautiful elbows. Yeah, he did. He held on to the ropes, which gave Ncedo the opportunity to throw those down elbows. Ncedo lunging a bit with his punches. I don't think he should be lunging so much with the punches. He's doing so well with his legs. He needs to just tap with the hands, set up those legs. Be patient, be calm. His game plan at the moment is working perfectly. See that heavy front leg? Burmester heavy on that front leg. Ncedo, you can also look for the sweep as he steps in. Kick that front leg out from underneath him, score some big points.
Crack. That is the sound the shin makes when it strikes the bone.
He's attacking those forearms in a big way.
Burmester's taking a lot of damage, and it's only.
Yeah, I think Ncedo cut the top of his head a little bit more with those 3 down elbows that he threw in the clinch. Ncedo so cool, so calm.
It's only the second round. We're not even midway through it just yet. But Burmester hanging tough, like all the Germans have that have fought before him in Cape Town tonight.
Ncedo pushing him back. Oh, that was a good one. Even through the guard, you can see that damage on his head. The Burmester coming back. Every time Ncedo throws, he comes back. It's a very good technique in Muay Thai. You know, if somebody kicks, you kick them back. Nothing's for free. You got to pay taxes, buddy.
The beauty as well of
beautiful body
shot.
shot.
The subtlety of his defense. He sees these things coming.
Well, if you look at his stance, he's fighting on that heavy on the back foot, light on the front foot, standing very straight up. He's got the checks ready. There's no rush, no panic. The weight transfers there is very balanced, and that's so important in Muay Thai. Staying balanced, staying light on that front foot.
Balance and explosion.
Muay Thai is all about balance and rhythm. Oh, beautiful sweep!
Wow,
beautiful
sweep. The
sweep.
look on his face. He really didn't know what happened there.
He set it up so nicely. Jumped in there. He checked and got number 2. Ncedo just taking over control here.
As if to say, for good measure, let's put you on your backside one more time. Same move.
Just got to be careful. Burmester's still got power in his punches. As we saw earlier, it only takes one. It only takes one.
Gomba is putting on a clinic.
Really good round by Gomba.
Round number 2 comes to an end. Burmester is hanging tough. Gomba is just having the time of his life.
South Africa putting on a really good show tonight.
And the crowd are absolutely loving every minute of what they get to see. A genuine Muay Thai, built in Asia, built in Thailand, coming to Cape Town and putting on a show for his hometown fans. This is what we want to see.
You can see there how Burmester was holding the ropes, which actually was to his disadvantage because Ncedo didn't have to do anything. He just chopped with those elbows on top of the head. I think he actually cut him again on top.
He also shimmied up the ropes as if to be held up by the middle rope himself.
Yeah, so what he did, we call it the monkey count. So he just lifted his leg
First time I've ever seen that move in my life. And if it's the first time I've seen a move coming from him, how much else has he got in his pocket that he hasn't bothered to bring out to me?
Yeah, it's one of those things when somebody's really trying to hold you in the clinch and they're locking your body, you just literally jump on top of them and carry your whole weight. So it makes him a little bit more tired carrying your weight. He's an old school Thai fighter. He's been to Thailand, he's lived there, he's fought there. You know, he's a wily old character. You learn a lot of tricks there with those Thais. When you're sparring with them every day there. Let me tell you something, you get your ass handed to you on a daily basis in Thailand, so that's why your skill sets really improve super fast. There's that little triple feint as he stepped in there.
All 2 minutes being used to the fullest by Burmester's corner. Multiple cuts having to be closed on the top of his head. Vaseline, adrenaline, Q-tips. All the tricks in the book are being brought out by his corner.
They're putting on a little clinic here today. Really good to watch. A lot of water on the ring.
Yeah, it's getting worse with this fight and the last fight coming up. Karl Baywatch Bergemann is going to be taking on
See
Enrico Kröger.
Burmester's arms have taken a beating. He's not going to be waving goodbye to anybody soon.
Okay, fighters.
His arms are looking like whose legs were looking like that earlier.
Absolutely. Away we go. It's round number
But
3.
he's still coming forward. He's got a lot of fight left in him. Like I said, it ain't over. It takes one knee, one elbow, one punch. Don't see it happening, but never say never.
Touching the gloves and away they go.
Oh, there's a lot of water in the ring. A lot of water. It's going to make for a bit of an untidy fight, but nothing you can do about it, really.
You know, everything that Gomba does is theatrical. It all has an extra zing about it. It's excessive movement. And oftentimes it's landed.
Yeah, for those of you watching at home, if you watch Ncedo, this is Ncedo and Shane Deacon earlier. This is what you want to aspire to be: calm, collected, balanced, really controlled with everything. Use all your weapons, use them effectively. Don't force your offense. You know?
How many varieties of elbow is he able to throw?
Well, in Muay Thai, you've actually got eight different elbows, so there's 8 varieties that you can utilize.
Colonel Sanders would approve.
And
all the herbs and spices in the broth.
And those are the only 8 of the ones that they use. Then you can use your initiative and create your own as well.
And I'm sure improvisation is something that comes naturally to Gomba.
100%. So collected, cool, calm. No energy being wasted on big things.
Bit of a Swiss Army knife.
I'd like to see Ncedo throw that knee through a little bit more on those kicks. You know, he's straightening the leg a little bit early, losing a lot of power. If you let that knee go through center line, he'd be doing a lot more damage. There we go.
But you know, I also get the feeling there's an impending sense of doom, because if Gomba decides to open up, which I'm sure he can, what are we going to see coming out of Burmester in terms of absorption? What could be coming up in round number 4 and 5?
Unfortunately, Burmester's style is very much like a brawling style. He'd like it if Ncedo had to come in and start going a bit mad. The way he's fighting him is perfect because he's firing first. You know, he's punching first. He's not letting Burmester throw the first punch. He's always initiating his feinting, as you can see there. So he's keeping him hesitant, and he doesn't want to let those hands go because he knows he can eat an elbow, a kick, a knee. Ncedo's doing everything just so smoothly and perfectly right now.
Is that a trickle of blood coming down the face of Nilo Gomba? His right eye in the corner. Burmester got his little pound of flesh, and he's hanging tough, and he's ready.
Yeah, Burmester's nice, battered and bruised.
Gomba playing to the crowd.
Ncedo looking very, very fit. Very, very happy. And I don't blame him. So far, dominating this fight really, really effectively. I just love watching Muay Thai like this. So technical, balanced. You know, for the kids at home, this is Muay Thai. This is, you know, watching Ncedo here. That's improvisation. The way he uses his weapons. He doesn't force anything. He waits until his opponent's in the right range before he uses a knee or an elbow. He doesn't try and jump in unless he does a jump elbow from far. He's really improvising well. He's using every single tool in the box.
You know, as much as we love seeing the South African fighters excel at this level against international competition, and as much as we saw Adrian van Beek put on a bit of a clinic at the end in terms of his fight with Florian Kröger, now we see this fight here, Kevin Burmester. These Germans have come, they've fronted up, they're tough as nails, and they're hanging in there, especially when you consider that look a little bit outgunned. They're from a K1 background, but here they are fighting Muay Thai and hanging tough to the very end. And I absolutely applaud the guts and courage shown by every single fighter to get in the ring, but especially these Germans that we've seen tonight.
Oh, 100%. It's so nice to see. You know, any international competition is good. As we saw earlier, this is not a bad matchups or anything like that. As we saw with Evan that knocked out with that awesome knockout. I mean, you know, yeah, that's it's anything can happen in this sport. You know, it's so nice to see the South African fighters really being clinical, putting on a good show, staying cool, calm, collected. It says a lot for the future of Muay Thai in South Africa. Really, really excited to see the fights happening like this.
The love being shown by the crowd live in attendance at the Grand West Casino and Entertainment World, Cape Town, South Africa. TFP3, the Continental Collision. The fourth round is underway. Ncedo Gomba seemingly ahead, permanently on all the scorecards, causing all of the damage. Kevin Burmester hanging tight.
Oh, beautiful head kick.
Gomba stalking forward, calm. Absolutely poker player's face here at the casino.
See, there's that tip I always talk about, tipping that front leg to make him respect that range. You know, Burmester's not dangerous until he gets into punching range. So keep him at bay, keep him away. You don't have much to worry about. You can see the Ncedo controlling the range really effectively. Starting to have a lot of fun now. He's just toying around, having fun. Burmester's got a lot of game in him though. You know, when you've lived in Thailand and you've clinched as much as they do in Thailand, I mean, they live clinching there. You don't want to get into the clinch game with Ncedo. He's got a good clinch game. I can guarantee you that.
Burmester had his hands up. He had that move scouted. He saw that right kick was coming at speed. Caught it quite nicely on the glove. Nice left hook to the body on Ncedo Gomba. Right under the elbow, timed perfectly.
Ncedo's being a butcher right now. He's really, really chopping away at those arms. Butchering those arms.
That's the thing, waving is one thing. How's he going to send a text?
Now he's starting to turn that shin over into it. Before it was straight leg kicks. Now he's really getting that knee across, using that shin across that forearm. Beautiful, beautiful right. Check hook as he stepped back. Whoa, there's that water.
There we go.
That's what I was talking about. Starts getting a little bit untidy.
Neutral corner, looking a bit like the Valley of the Waves right now.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate, you know. It does, you know, sometimes it just messes up the fighter's ability to be super effective at what they're doing.
Now they're just standing there trading cheeky little knees.
Yeah, ref didn't say break. Defend yourself at all times, especially in the clinch. If you break, Burmester's still got a lot of fights in him.
Left hook to the body. Scored twice this round with that self-centered
I
shot.
really love seeing, and I respect fighters that just never ever give up. You know, they stay in your face, they're still giving it. It's so awesome to see. This is what the sport's all about, you know. These are warriors. They really, really, really are warriors. They train their hearts out every single day. Spend hours and hours in the gym, and this is where they come and actually have fun.
And you know, as this crowd, as much love as the local crowd has for Ncedo Gomba, I think that they're also starting to form on the side of Kevin Burmester, you know, seeing this toughness in all the fire that he's had to walk through tonight, blood coming out of the top of his head. He has been an absolute star in the way that he has executed his game plan. He's tried his best. And landing those left hooks to the body in the last round shows he's still very much interested in making a play in this fight.
As I say, and I'll always say it because we've seen it happen over and over again. It just takes one shot. You know, one good liver shot. I mean, those shots are two good liver shots. One good shot on the right spot, and Ncedo's not going to stand up again. He's going to struggle. So, you know, you just got to keep pushing through, keep chasing that one shot that you know can finish a fight. But set it up. You've got to set up your offense. You can't just lunge in and throw wild. If you see the body's open, throw one or two headshots and then dip that liver shot in immediately behind it.
now we await the response from him. He took those 2 liver shots.
Yeah, he looks
knows
fine.
that they're there. He knows they're fine, but you're not going to want to take too many more of them.
Nah.
Are we going to see a different leader come out in the 5th and final round here at the Grand West Casino TFB3?
Yeah, you got to be careful. People, until you've been hit in the liver, it's a shot that you actually cannot fight through. Your body literally just switches off. It's like load shedding.
The brain says yes, the body says no.
It's like Eskom's in control. It'll be like stage 8 load shedding.
That's probably the best analysis of the liver shot that I've heard.
You see Burmester seriously defending that body. Those elbows are tight around the body. Those kicks that Ncedo's been throwing.
Again, the Valley of the Waves comes into play.
And also, every time you kick your opponent, if you teep him, that sweat gets on your feet, and then immediately you can actually see all the footsteps. Your wet feet become slippery. So it's the game.
The pants are also drenched from both guys.
Yeah, it runs down. I mean, always in the gym, that's what happens all the time. You teep your partner, next minute you're slipping because your foot's wet.
We're going to need a raincoat up here at ringside. Eventually, action's in our corner.
It's going to be interesting to see the next fight. Oh, that was close.
Bad intentions coming from Gomba.
Burmester just slipping under that
elbow. Rate that throw.
Ncedo guiding him to like dry spots. Come, let's fight over here.
That sounds like what it is. Hey friend, life's better.
It's almost like a sparring session in the gym. Same thing happens, it's like wet spots. Okay, let's move.
Nice thing is only dry patch on the ring happens to be right in front of us.
Yeah, we definitely have the pound seats. Burmester's head looks like he's being played with Vaseline. So much Vaseline in that hair. He's going to be washing his hair for a day or two to get that out. Vaseline not very easy to get out the hair.
Yeah, his bathtub is going to look like the Exxon Valdez disaster. But here we go, it's round number 5. 47 seconds to go. Burmester versus Gomba.
Gomba's slowing down. I don't know why Gomba's not attacking more. He's waiting for Burmester to attack and counter. Burmester just riding him again. I mean, Gomba just riding him. Burmester's looking for the counters. He's standing waiting for him to attack. And Burmester's playing right into his trap every single time. I think Ncedo's looking for that one elbow. There we go. Just looking for that one counter elbow.
Is it safe to say Gomba got a harder fight than he bargained for, considering going through the first 2 rounds of what we saw?
I think he got the fight he wanted. I think in this game, you don't really want an easy fight. You don't learn anything from an easy fight. When you get to this level, you want the hardest fight you can have every single time. If you're not getting hard fights, you're not growing.
That was a beautiful fight, and praise going to both fighters in equal amounts.
Really, really good fight.
pointing, blaming you, you did not know. Oh. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas, and you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do.
Ladies and gentlemen, one final round of applause for these two fighters. A wonderful exhibition of Muay Thai. And after 5 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards with your winner coming by way of unanimous decision victory, fighting out of Iron Tiger and South Africa, Ncedo Nintendo Gomba!
Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within, no. I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame, oh, do is say goodbye, refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no.
Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has now come time to create space and go for the KO. This is our main event of the evening. 5 rounds of professional Muay Thai, 88 kilogram catch weight bouts. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, standing 1.85 meters tall, weighing in at 87.8 kilograms. An excellent professional record, 31 wins, 4 losses, 1 draw, 21 big wins coming by way of a knockout. He fights out of Box Temple, Berlin in Germany. Please welcome Enrico Kröger. And his opponent, a star of TFP1, now making his return at TFP3, standing 1.92 meters tall, weighing in at 87.4 kilograms and fighting out of the red corner. An excellent professional record, 23 wins, 7 losses. He fights out of Tyholics in Cape Town, South Africa. Please welcome Karl Baywatch Bergemann. the future, TFP number 4, full swing, 14th of May 2022, Grand West Casino and Entertainment World, headlined by Ncedo Gomba up against Pascal Amoroso of Italy for the international title. Pros, pro-ams, and amateurs will feature. Lamin Souayah will be brought back against Andy Pagada for the African title. Jamie Tennyson against Kristen Clark for the South African pro-am female title. And of course, we got hoodies, merch, caps, t-shirts for sale. Please email admin@tyholics.com. But looking to the present, we have the final fight on this evening's card, the heaviest fight on this evening's card. Two big guys in there ready to swing it out for the win over 5 rounds of 3 minutes, professional rules in effect. Karl Baywatch, Bergemann of South Africa against Enrico Kröger from Germany. TFP3 has been an absolute raging success, and let's hope, this fight is going to bring it all down.
Firstly, if this is heavy, then I'm a fatty.
You and me both, my friend. You and me both.
This is the heaviest on the card, yeah. This is going to be
so hard on yourself.
This is going to be an interesting one. Kröger's got a big Kyokushin background, which is a very leg kick dominant, body kick dominant kind of style. Got a lot of conditioning. So this is going to be really good. It's going to be interesting to watch. He's got multiple titles, Kyokushin, tons of fights. From what I can, 170 Kyokushin fights. This man's been in battle a lot.
Of course, his record 31 wins, 4 losses, single draw, 21 knockouts. 21 knockouts out of 31 fights. What does that tell you? The man can bang.
He's got power. Karl's got to number one, he's got to keep his hands up. He's got to be careful. I'm looking at the hands of Kröger. His hands are really good. He slips. He throws really good straight punches right down the pipe. So he's got to be careful. And I think Karl should be using his kicks way more.
Using his length as well.
100%. That's why, use those kicks to keep him at bay. Kröger already showing a bit of damage to the face, and
Kröger experienced across continental Europe. He's fought in many, many countries, K1 especially, so he's got experience against international opposition. So does Karl Bergman. He fought in Thailand professionally for a couple of years, not so long ago, and I'm sure he will have encountered many more nationalities in training at the gyms. Diamond Muay Thai is where he stayed at most of his time, as well as in the ring itself, fighting professionally in Thailand.
Yeah, Diamond Muay Thai's Copenhagen. I've actually trained there myself a couple of times. Really nice gym. Some really good trainers there. Now, Karl needs to be more effective with his height. He can't be lunging in.
Once again, looks can be deceiving, and if you're thinking about, should my kid be a fighter? They're all ruffians, they're all rubbish as well. You're going to hear something from my lips now. Karl is getting his doctorate from the University of Stellenbosch. So let's put that argument to bed. It's not just for people who don't know anything other than fighting for a living. Educated people can do it as well.
Unfortunately, the reality is you need brains to do the sport. Contrary to popular belief. Oh, great spin attack there. Great spin attack. He's definitely made damage. Oh! And Kröger goes down.
That finds its way
He
through.
set that up so nicely. He feinted the switch kick with no intent to land it. It's actually something that I work with my guys. He feinted the switch kick and set up the spinning back fist really, really well. Really well set up.
Kröger down for the first time in his fight. Round number 1. And Karl
body
Bergman
shots. Gotta look for the body shots.
is going for the kill.
Stay calm, create space. He's got to create space and get out of there.
Kröger did well to buy himself some time. End of round number 1.
Well done, Karl. Really, really good fight. Kröger came out well. He's boxing nice and straight down the pipe. Karl really set that up. If you go back and look, he feinted the kick. It looked like a real silly kick that he threw, but he feinted the kick and set up that spin attack so nicely. I think we'll see it now again in the replays.
Now let's not forget, his knockout at TFP1 was a spinning elbow.
elbow, yes.
He landed on his opponent in a force and put it to sleep. Now,
Here we go. He does it really, really well. It's something I actually trained.
we've got to remember, Karl
Oh,
Bergman,
there we go.
full of tricks. There's that spinning arm again.
Really lazy kick, set that up. Boom! Beautifully set up. Beautifully set up.
It's almost like, well, this kid didn't come through already.
He telegraphed so nicely, so basically as he telegraphed it, Kröger parried down with his hand and left his head open for the spin attack. Really, really well set up.
And a crunching straight right hand that brought Kröger to his knees.
I don't think that's the body. Always, that body's wide open. That excitement going and then the finish. And that's so nice in the sport because you use all those weapons, elbows, knees. They utilize them.
A doctorate at Stellenbosch University and seemingly a doctorate in absolute animalistic behavior in the ring here.
I think he's going to get his doctorate in spin attack soon.
I think he might already have that. That knockout that he scored at TFP1 was certainly the knockout of the night. He's just hunting for bonus checks.
Yeah, that's right. It's KO of the night. I think it's 10,000 rand. KO of the night and fight of the night 5,000. If I'm not mistaken.
Don't quote me on it. Something I heard. But
So
we
the boys,
take care of the fighters.
there's been a couple of good knockouts. So I'm dying to see who gets it.
Good luck picking that one out.
Yeah.
Round number 2. Of course, the ring was absolutely saturated when I got into it. It was
It's looking a lot better now. Just that one corner.
much better right now.
Okay, let's see if Kröger's recovered. Karl's got to keep those hands up. He's getting a little bit lazy. Oh!
Slightly south of the border. I think that
Was that a nut shot?
could have been, or is he being counted? I'm not sure. No, he got sent off to the neutral corner.
I want to see the replay.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I thought that might have landed in the groin region.
He wasn't facing me, but it looked a little bit higher. You know what? Even if you hit the cup hits you in the nuts. That's not a fun experience. People forget the cup can hit you as well.
Captain Crunch on the cup.
Got to be careful, Karl's got to be careful.
Kröger's
His
throwing.
hands are too low. He's got to keep those hands up.
But Kröger is also throwing hands recklessly. He's not caring much for keeping anything back in defense.
But you know what? When someone's hands are low, reckless is fine. You're going to get away with it. Karl's dropping his hands when he's finished his punches. They're going back low. And if Kröger times it right, he's going to catch him.
And now we're seeing Karl really get engaged in this bout. Has he got the stamina to see through another 3 rounds at this pace?
That's always the question, eh? This is quite a fast pace they're going.
Especially in the second round. It certainly has heated up. Just as I thought this final bout was going to bring the house down.
He's got to keep those hands up. He's got to keep those. It really looks like his shoulders are tired. Oh. Fake spin into the body kick. Very
Fakes
nice.
with the elbow, brings the knee around, hits in the body. Enrico Kröger has tasted the shin. Karl Baywatch Bergman on a few occasions.
Kröger would do really well just throwing those straight punches down the line. Karl's hands are very low. And he's been caught with a couple of straights up the pipe. Oh, beautiful, beautiful spinning back kick.
Wow.
As I said, it takes one liver shot.
Karl took every bit of that heel to the liver. Every single inch of that foot made contact. And he's
That's the
not
liver
getting
shot.
up.
Ladies
This
and
fight is
gentlemen,
over.
that was the liver shot I was telling you about earlier. That's Eskom load shedding for you.
Absolutely amazing knockout we've seen in the last fight. Out of nowhere, it's a spinning heel kick by Enrico Kröger of Germany. That one, you could feel the wind coming out from here at ringside.
I felt that. I felt my liver.
Enrico Kröger with a spectacular finish. Who's going to get the knockout of the night?
I don't know.
Good luck and
I don't
well
know.
done.
This is definitely one of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes at 1 minute and 50 seconds of round number 2. Your winner coming by way of knockouts, fighting out of Germany, Enrico Kröger.
Sitting throwing rocks across the pavement, hoping it'll cave and swallow me whole. Wondering why my mind keeps on spinning. This isn't how living to me was told. Why am I like this? Something's always amiss. Can't put my finger on it, but it's there.
Concludes tonight's action, TFP3. Thank you so much for joining us. Quick announcement, TFP4 is on the way. Full swing, 14th of May, Varachia at Grand West Casino and Entertainment World. Headline, Ncedo Gomba of South Africa against Pascal Amoroso from Italy for an international title. It's going to be a mixed card. Pros, pro-ams, and amateurs. Lamin Souayah makes his return against Andy Pagado, number 2 for an African title. And Jamie Tennyson taking on Kristen Clark for a South African female championship. That concludes tonight's action. Thank you very much for attending. We are so proud of what the fighters have put up. And thank you for your support. My name is Devin. Thank you very much. Get home safely and good night.
Sitting throwing rocks across the pavement, hoping it'll cave in and swallow me whole. Wondering how the world keeps on spinning, kinda scared of living when it unfolds. Hard to see the light when everything is dying, waiting for the clear. Thankful I'm alive, but terrified of dying. But hey, I'm still here. Is it bad sometimes? I like it when I lose control. There's something in it that's so beautiful. Listen, I can see the light, but I can also see the bones again. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm doing my best not to run away.
You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. But the dark gets lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. And the dark's all that I see. And your stars have burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky hiding behind dark gray clouds. I can't figure you out now. I see your blue. There is so much cold in you, and the silence is so loud when you go. I just stay dancing with my shadow all day. Watch the time. I can't find the point where our two paths align. But you're the night sky. I'm trying to see your stars, but I've always feared the dark. Now I see violet. I can feel your silence. You always feel so far. And your stars have burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the Tahoe closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye. I forgive the pain you gave to me so long ago. Sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts, but you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity?